All right, looks like we have everyone signed in that's going to welcome to the Georgetown-Scott County June meeting of the Planning Commission.
You got mail.
Get your phone turned off, Laura. First item of business is to approve May invoices. Take a motion for that.
I'll motion to approve May invoices.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second for the approval of the May invoices. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, thank you. Approval of the May minutes. Are there any changes to that? All right, I'll take a motion and a second.
I move that we accept that.
Mr. Stone. And the second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second for approval of the May minutes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Approval of the agenda for this month.
So moved.
There's one additional postponement, I mean.
Yeah, we'll get that next there. I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda for this month. Are there any changes we need to make to the agenda?
Yeah, so in addition to the postponements that we went over at workshop, so
Right.
items B and A from old business, the postponements of items B and C in new business,
I'm sorry, Elise, what'd you say?
the B and C,
Oh, the ones that are already marked
the
on
ones
here.
that are already marked, I just was running through them. The Falls Creek Commons is a late postponement request for the applicant. Their representation can speak to that if the board feels so inclined to ask anything. And then just an item of note for other business on the second side of the agenda, the text amendment, ZOTA 2025-03 is a public hearing.
Right.
So that was just
Okay.
not noted on the agenda at the time, but that is a
Mark
public
it.
hearing. Besides that, there's been no changes so far.
Okay. Charlie, do we need to vote on this and then me make an announcement about it, about the postponements and withdrawals, or do that
Before
first?
you want to do it.
Okay. I'll take we have a motion. We've already got that. All in favor of the agenda for June, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Now, for all of you that are here, we have several items that were postponed earlier in the week, and then one for tonight. If you're here for the Bryant property, the Legacy Run Commercial Park, both of those have been postponed. If you were here for the Murphy property or the Tackett Farm Division, both of those they have asked us to withdraw those. The Woodland Park and the Bluegrass Metal Recyclers have been postponed. And then the one for tonight, PDP 2025-19, Falls Creek Commons Concept Plan Amendment. This was a preliminary development plan requesting to amend the concept plan for the remaining lots at Falls Creek neighborhood, specifically the mixed-use area and the areas between Drive Run and the railroad bed located in Falls Creek. And that was withdrawn just tonight. Postponed, I'm sorry, postponed. So if you were here for that Falls Creek development, we will not be hearing that tonight.
Mr. Chairman,
If there are people from Falls Creek, we'd be glad to meet with them afterwards out here while the meeting continues. That way we can try to talk to people and maybe help resolve issues in advance. if that's
Thank you
possible.
very much, Mr. Billings. If you were here to hear the Falls Creek, the attorney representing them will be out in the hall and would be more than happy to talk with you about it and maybe can resolve any issues that you may have concerning that. Okay. Do we have any items on the consent agenda? None? So, Mr. Perkins, if you would swear everyone in that needs to speak.
Would everyone sign in to speak, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the statement you're making tonight to be the truth and the best of your information and belief? I do. Thank you.
A courtesy reminder for board members and the attorney, turn on your mics.
Turn your
Or
mics
tap
on.
it so the light is bright green whenever
Yep.
you are speaking, so we can get the clean record. Thank you.
And we'll make it officially for the record, today is Mr. David Vest's birthday.
You didn't have to tell that.
Anybody want to leave it for us? 25, right?
49 again.
I wish.
Yeah, I made you 25.
All right, the first item that we have then is the Quinnen property, FSP 2025-14. This is a final subdivision plat to subdivide 26.22 acre parcel into 3 separate parcels consisting of 2 5-acre lots and 1 16.23 acre lot, acre tract at the property located at 2350 Josephine Road.
Good evening. My name is Mark Carpenter. I'm pleased to be here tonight to present some of the applications, the first being the one you mentioned, for Miss Mary Quinnen, who's seeking this subdivision. We are recommending approval for preliminary subdivision. This would have been consent eligible with the exception of some changes in regards to water services. So I believe it's important for it to be heard by this body and others as well. This is the existing lot. You can see it's zoned A1, as are the surrounding properties. Here's an aerial view of that particular property. Since it had been previously subdivided, that's why it was sent to the Planning Commission for review and potential approval, and this is the original subdivision. I've outlined in red the parcel that's now being sought to be subdivided further. This is the proposed subdivision. You can see the 2 new 5-acre lots up toward the top of that, and here's a close-up version of that. You can see they include the easements, setback lines and such. Everything's appropriate for this in regards to subdivision applications. Pardon me. So the tricky spot is that we recently received news from the Georgetown Municipal Water Sewer Service that this is part of the Burton Tank Pressure Zone, and that particular pressure zone is having difficulty meeting the service requirements and find the viability of providing new services to new lots is uncertain at this point. We're not able to sign off on a parcel for development of a new or creation of a new lot that would not be developable. So what we're proposing to do is to recommend preliminary approval of the submitted plat with the notion that water service would need to be provided in some form. So we are making that recommendations, and we do have this list of conditions. The list of conditions are a little bit different from what I had on the staff report because this recent news that we received, and I'll just go over those, and I do believe that the applicant's representative is here to speak on this matter as well. So what we're proposing for the conditions for this approval, be all applications, all applicable requirements of zoning ordinance, subdivision, development regulations. Any revisions or amendments to the approved preliminary subdivision plat should be reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission staff or Planning Commission. A note or statement for future maintenance on the proposed access easement should be included. The applicant would work with the utility providers regarding service to the parcel, provision of water service to the proposed parcel secured before final subdivision approval. Prior to or part of the final subdivision plat approval, the applicant should provide the Planning Commission staff and GIS Division with digital copy of the approved plat. And lastly, preliminary subdivision plat approval is valid for 2 years, subject to the requirements of Article 306, Section A of the Subdivision Development Regulations.
So the new, it's, 7 is what 6 was?
Yes,
Which
yeah.
ones are new?
I've inserted 5, basically.
You inserted 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Condition number 5 is a new statement. That's all I have.
So on the water,
Yes, sir.
so is, and I don't know the answer to this, is a private water well would be an option for this property?
Conceivably, we would need to make sure water service is available. We'd have to have an authorizing body that could sign off that is available.
That's still legal in Georgetown for new
Scott County.
Scott County.
Yeah,
They have
I
a
believe
well.
that's the case.
Okay.
Yeah, if-
Because
if
there are
I'm-
several pieces of land for sale down there now
Uh-huh.
on Burton Road. So all those properties already have water assigned to them, those properties were to sell? Does anyone know?
I'm unclear on that, to be honest.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
So if the water issue doesn't get took care of in 2 years, will this come back in front of us again?
That's a very good question.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess it would. Thank you for answering.
And the applicant must go through all this again, fees, everything, correct?
Yes, sir.
That'd
Unless-
certainly be up to the board as to whether or not some leeway would be offered on that, because
Yes,
this is
Ms.
not the applicant's.
Right, it's a utility issue, right?
Excuse me?
Utility water issue.
Yes, yeah.
But they cannot be sold until this is finalized, if they become for sale, correct? I mean, it wouldn't be final if it was approved today.
Right, this is still
Unless
just
the water
preliminary.
issue was taken care of. Is
Yes,
that
sir,
not
that's correct.
Yes.
But the water issue could be taken care of in a different way than traditionally has been, right?
I think we're exploring those options.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, thank you.
Just to state for the record, the reference for item 7 is it's a 2-year window from approval date, and then you have an option for a 1-year extension with
Ah,
written
great.
request to the planning commission. So 2 years, option for a 3rd. After that point, we would be having to review it and kind of figure out what happens next. So,
And the property owners are aware of this and
We've spoken, yes.
agree with it.
Well, there have been some changes in regards to this approval for the preliminary. So that's why I mentioned the addition of that condition number 5.
Okay.
So I had a conversation with the owner, and as I mentioned before, her representative is here to speak on behalf of this application.
Thank you.
All right.
Is the owner or representative here? They need to, yes, sir.
Joel Day. This is, I don't want to say it's amusing, but we filed a plat, recorded a plat this week. We created 3 lots out of a 50-acre tract with no water company sign off because they couldn't provide water. When I sent it to Darrell Mulder at the water company, he sent me a note and said, we've got, well, actually, we talked on the phone, I'm sorry. And he told me that we've got low water pressure. It was on Plumber Pike. He said, we've got low water pressure. If we get below, I think it was 20 PSI, he said, you get into a boil water advisory. He said, we can't guarantee you water. I said, what do I do? He said, take our certificate off. So I took his certificate off, and planning and zoning signed the plat and filed it. So I don't know what makes this property different, other than the fact that it's still, to me, a minor subdivision. But because of the rule, the second time it comes here, I guess that makes a difference. I don't know. It's the same thing to me. But she does understand, this lady, Miss Quinnan, does understand that she's going to have to go through an extra step or two with Georgetown Municipal in order in order to get water service. But let me go on and say, I've done probably scores of subdivisions out in areas like this. This property is about where Coppage and Josephine meet. I've done a lot of subdivisions without any sign-offs from water company, and there was no water available because people had cisterns and hauled their water.
So does
I
she,
don't know.
but she doesn't have any cisterns or a well?
Well, she has water service to her home that's there. Now, she's making at least one of these tracts for a family member. I thought it was gonna be 1 10-acre for her son, but it became 2 5-acres. But yeah, she has water.
Okay.
But I guess the other 2 lots would not have water from Georgetown City.
Well, what they've said is they can't guarantee it. They were making her aware that they could not, we had to apply for service to the board. They told her, well, they can't guarantee it, but if you're willing to pay for some hydraulic study, you know, if you want us to have water, you're gonna have to go through this extra step.
If she wants Georgetown water, if they don't want Georgetown water, they want to build their
If
own
she doesn't
well.
want, yeah,
they can
or a
do that
cistern
too.
actually is more
A
typical,
cistern.
you know, in this part of the country.
But they could do it.
Plenty of people were raised on cistern water.
But they would have to do that to get an approved building permit though, right? Correct? They
I'm
would
sorry.
have to have water.
I don't know that
Of some
they have,
kind.
I don't know that that's ever been a requirement that you have to have water. I remember people on Hess Branch that didn't even have electricity.
I think that's changed.
Well, but
Yeah.
that's changed. I mean, there's supposedly water everywhere now, and that's why when now there are places where there isn't gonna be water, we need something so that people who buy lots understand. I was thinking that we had required for a situation like this, a note on there, not GMWSS, but a note that said there's no public water available, and then the owner's got the obligation to do the cistern. Is that not correct?
In the event that they're unable to secure public water, that would likely be how we address that situation.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Now, this is a preliminary, but that's how we understand that we're gonna have to address a final on properties that GMWSS can't serve.
And that's good just so that whoever buys this property knows.
Yeah, because they've got to know. They've got to, because otherwise they're gonna assume there's water, because there's supposedly water everywhere. And of course, we know better.
Well, that's good that we,
So, Mr. Fleming, at some point in time on down the road, they get water some way. Does that have to come back through us, or can the staff make that approval?
Final subdivision plats are typically handled administratively.
Good enough.
And coming July 1, will most certainly be approved.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. All right, anything else, Mr. Day?
There's a condition up there that I didn't get prior to the meeting. Provision of water service must be secured.
That's
Is that
what
fair?
we've been talking
Yeah,
about.
that's the note we just talked about. Either they get it with GMWSS, or there's got to be a note that says we can't get it, and we're going to put in a cistern. I mean, they got to have something on
Some
there
form of
that
water.
tells any
Well,
buyer
it
what
says
it's.
water service must be
If you
secured.
don't have it.
Well,
So,
So
is
they
that,
don't-
Well, not necessarily municipal water service.
Yeah.
okay, I got you.
If you can get it, cistern, then that's fine too.
Thank you.
Oh, Joe.
Oh,
No, we haven't voted yet.
We haven't voted yet.
I guess I didn't go quick.
I'll sign it just a second.
Hideki, sign it quick before we get a chance to vote.
Any other questions or comments from the commission? Yes, sir. Or the audience?
Just to expand on that, I have nothing to do with this application here, but this water question's a big deal to this appraiser. If you've got lots out there like Joe was talking about all over the county that's been approved, and all of a sudden the water's not there, what's that do to the value?
that's correct.
And so there's gonna be something to wrestle with. Now, I was told they're talking about anywhere from 1 to 5 years to make this decision. One of the options was to put an inline pump in to increase the pressure up there. Plummer Road's the problem, when all the water's being used down around Stamping Ground before it gets to Plummer Road. So we're talking about an inline pump, we're talking about a water tower. water tower been in excess of $1 million.
Yeah.
So it's a big deal, much bigger than people may realize. And so, but the other thing I mentioned to you guys is, let's define cistern. What is a cistern? I grew up, we had an old rock cistern in the back of the house, and I hauled a 1951 truck, 500-gallon tank with 6 boys in the house.
Yeah.
Is that sufficient? Depends on who's asking. So
Isn't there health department regulations now that do control that part?
maybe,
Thank you, Mr. Cornett. Mr. Day? Yes, staff acknowledges that this is a sudden, immediate need to address. However, ourselves nor you all are the governing bodies or decision-making bodies for such issues. That being said, this is a public forum or a public office, and this does kind of fall at our doorstep as well. To address Mr. Jesse's question as far as who has jurisdiction over wells and cisterns, our staff has initiated some conversations between the water company and their authorities, the health department as well. We're going to try and get everybody at the same table next week, try and get a better understanding of what this means for everybody, especially as it comes to legally recorded documents, make Mr. Perkins' life a little easier, make applicants' life easier, so we can streamline the process, especially coming the changes we face July 1st. But Mr. Jesse, been advised today that more than likely the authority lies with the state as it pertains to cisterns and wells. If we find out differently as staff next week, that's great. We're looking to see clarity and a path forward for everybody, not just our office, but obviously citizens at large, because I think there's a lot of questions from everybody. Well, we got to start somewhere and get the answers and stop playing a game of telephone and just put our heads together. So
Thank you much.
that's all we got.
All right. And so as we stand tonight, the owners recognize that they've got
Another
this
step.
restriction,
Yeah.
that the water hasn't been approved, and we can go from there. Yes, sir.
I don't, Miss Quinnen's been out of town all week, so I can't say, I don't know if she received this new version of the staff report.
Do you,
I don't know, but I think that it would be okay, but I think that number 5 needs to be amended because it says water service must be secured.
well, the water company's already said that they're not gonna approve it, and you said
Oh,
all
they
they have
said
to do.
they said they couldn't guarantee it without a hydraulic study.
Right.
What if we change that word to provision and not service? Because service does seem to imply municipal. So what if we just say water provision? has to
Yeah,
be,
something.
Meaning
That's pretty-
municipal or a cistern.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that domestic water is somehow available.
Yeah, so there is different ways to get water. We just don't typically use that in Scott County, but it can be done, of course.
Oh, yeah.
So if we make that motion, put in there the word provision instead of service.
Provision's in it, but at the
Well,
beginning,
provision of water
service.
service. So how do you say we should
Well, but
word it?
service,
Provision
that's
for
an external
water?
thing. I think
Just
that
provision
implies-
of water, take out service? Number 5?
Provision for water
I'm sorry, in terms of
to the
editing,
proposed?
Yeah, just
It could
provision
say-
of water, period. Just, get rid of the word service. I think
Okay.
that does.
yeah, or availability, I was going to suggest, but to eliminate that word altogether.
Okay.
Availability of water?
Yeah, just
Available
provision of
water.
Or whatever.
Available water, period.
Let's just say provision of water to the proposed parcel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could
Cut
be
that out.
Different types of water.
I see.
When in doubt.
Thank you.
All right.
And before we move
That-
on, can I ask, do you mind coming back up there for a second, Roy? Yes.
Roy?
So just for the record, we'll make sure. So what you have said, and it's good the public knows this. So you're saying that we have, doesn't necessarily lie within this body, but this community now faces a much bigger issue. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
as
the
far
water
as
company's
water?
caught the Burton Pike area. We're talking about, like, for example, I was talking to Jimmy Murphy the other day, he's got a place on Locust Fork, I was talking to you guys. It was withdrawn because of this water question. He went in last week, it was withdrawn. And,
But that's not our problem.
Right. Now, I just want to make sure that.
Well, it's not our
there is-
responsibility.
Yeah.
It's a bit of our problem.
Our problem, but not our responsibility.
But
Yeah,
I
we
think
don't
it's
have
important
authority.
that the community understands what he's.
the other thing,
saying.
somebody mentioned wells, and in Scott County wells, as a general rule, they're not applicable, because you got iron or sulfur in them.
Right.
Most of the time you see cisterns.
But there are ways to get water.
There are a few others, there's springs around, like Jimmy's got a spring on this place. Is that viable? It's on his farm out there.
Okay, well, thank you.
All right, I will take a motion.
I'll make a motion for approval of FSP 2025-14 with the change to the posted conditions of approval, number 5, to read provision of water to the proposed
Yeah,
parcels.
with word service.
The word service
Restrictions.
goes away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, I have a motion. Here, second.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second for approval. Ms. Singer,
Yes.
Mr. Jesse,
Yes.
Mr. Vest,
Yes.
Mr. Stone,
Yes.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
and chair votes yes. If you'll come see Mr. Perkins, do some paperwork. All right. Next item on the agenda is PSP 2025-18, Village at Lanes Run, Phase 4, amendment to preliminary subdivision plat for the villages at Lane Run, Phase 4, conditions of approval located at 848 Old Oxford Road.
Okay, good evening.
You're up again.
As stated, the Village Lanes Run Phase 4 is seeking amendment to previously approved preliminary subdivision plat, particularly to the previously approved conditions, number 4 and number 11. Looks like the formatting went off a little bit in regards to the slide. For condition number 4, they're seeking to narrow the lot widths of the units bordering Oxford Manor boundary, Bell Farm, and the jurisdictional waters, and I'll explain what the jurisdictional waters are as we advance through here. They're also seeking for amendment of condition number 11, which is the placement of one lot in the HOA open space, and I'll define what that open space is and condition number 11 as we advance through the slides and such. So this is what they're seeking, is amendment of those two conditions, previously established conditions on the approval from 2022 for the preliminary site plan review. We are proposing approval for number 4, and we are recommending denial for number 11 in terms of what they're wanting to have amended.
Just for the record.
Yes, sir.
Back up one slide. Access is not Josephine Road.
I beg your pardon, okay. Yeah. That's what I get for sharing over slides.
Yeah.
So I beg your pardon.
And I'm sorry, sir, what was the other changes from the original? You said 11, which is going to be 9. What was the other number?
So of the previously established conditions for approval from 2022, number 4, they had established that the peripheral lots along Oxford Manor boundary, Bell Farm, were to be 100 feet minimum width. So they're seeking to have those widths reduced.
5 feet less.
I'm sorry?
So they want to move from 75 feet to 70 feet. Is that right?
No, no, no.
Okay.
The established required widths in condition number 4 was that they be 100 feet wide. They're
Oh, I
seeking to
see.
amend it so it'd be reduced down to, in different locations, from 70 to 75 feet in width. Some are wider than that, but those are some of the minimum widths. And I'll get into some of the details as we advance through.
Okay, thank
And the second one was condition number 11, where they had proposed putting a lot in some of the open space at that time of review. And it was one of the conditions that they not include that extra lot in that open space as presented at that time. So they're seeking to have that lot reintroduced into some established open space. And we are recommending approval for their suggested amendments for number 4, but not recommending approval for their suggested amendments to number 11. and I know it can be a bit confusing. Let me advance. So here's the development site. Have an aerial on the left, of course, and the zoning map on the right. The area outlined in red is the Phase 4 portion that we're looking at. It's divided into sections. Section 1, Section 2, 3, and 4 is what we're primarily focused on this evening. And those are on the right side of that red polygon that you see outlined there. In regards to some of the history of this development, in 2000, zoning to R1C was established and included multiple residential sections with varying densities, which included an area of large residential lots, and those approved in 2004. This area, which will become a portion of Phase 4 of the overall development, designated an area of larger residential lots in which the 100 units average 100 foot wide by 160 feet deep, and a density was to be 2.358 units per acre. 2004 approved plan included the following. I'll just focus on number 2. The last couple lines, that 100 units on 42.53 acres on the east side of Lanes Run Creek and Lanes Run watershed, adjacent to the urban service boundary and adjacent Elmwood Bell Farms. The overall preliminary plat approved also included provisions of 20 acres of parks and open space leading up to and along Lanes Creek. This is the plan for that development. You see outlined in red the area of our main focus today. And you can see that general area, how it is laid out, and the proposed larger lot sizes. In 2021, a portion of the adjacent Bell Farm was rezoned to R1C and was annexed by the city of Georgetown and incorporated into the Village of Lanes Run development plan as part of the existing PUD. The 2002 application for an amendment preliminary subdivision plat for Bell Farm and the Village of Lane Run Phase 4 proposed 2 sections with different dimensional standards, and this is how they were proposed at that time. For the lots adjoining Bell Farm, the lots were approved with minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet in Bell Farm. For parts of the original 2004 approval area, the lots were approved with a minimum lot size of 7,200 square feet in the Village Lane Runs 4 portion. Proposed minimum lot widths were 70 feet for Bell Farm and 60 feet for Village Lane Run 4, proposed total 304 parcels. The proposed lots backing up to the USB were roughly 85 feet wide with approximately 140 feet of depth. That's what was proposed at that particular application. In its review of the 2022 application, staff noted the proposed lot layout and street pattern Village Lanes Run section were to be amended to maintain continuity with adjoining Bell Farm, but also to pick up additional density and lot size variability in this last section of Lanes Run subdivision backing up to urban service boundary. Here is the change in the layout, as you can see. Rather than having one main street going from the top in this viewpoint downward and sort of ring road, that follows the same street pattern as the other portions of the development. The preliminary subdivision plat was approved with the condition number 4. Per staff recommendation, the lots along the boundary of the Oxford Manor subdivision be maintained at the approved 100-foot width and 15-foot landscape buffer tree preservation and area along the back of the lots, duplicating the buffer proposed in the previous section of the Village Lanes Run along Oxford Manor boundary. It also recommended that the lots along the USB be maintained at the 100-foot width with the fence and buffer matching the rest of the buffer abutting the Bell Farm. Staff further noted that since a portion of Bell property was being purchased to the south and a buffer agreement had already been worked out, a decrease in lot size on the interior lots should not significantly impact adjoining agricultural or rural residential areas. As such, the preliminary subdivision plat was not conditioned elsewhere in the Village Lane Runs Phase 4.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Approximately how many homes already exist within this development that were associated with these changes that were approved in 2022?
That's a good question, and I think I'd leave that to the applicant to go with those
Okay,
details.
we will need an answer to that. Thank you.
Yes, okay. Because this section was approved as a PUD and a decrease in lot size is being requested, the community open space is required to be provided. The applicant proposed 2.5 acres roughly of open space in the center of the site. One lot is shown, lot 72 in this open space. Preliminary subdivision plat was condition number 11 that the lot be removed from the open space to allow better accessibility to the open space for surrounding lots. Staff further noted that a stormwater plan would need to be approved by the Planning Commission engineer prior to construction, along with any approvals required by the state, federal agencies regarding stream and wetland permitting. The number of lots is not guaranteed and may be affected by final stormwater management requirements. Were part of the notes for that review. The application proposed, sorry, let me just advance very quickly. I just want to show sort of the layout that they have here. And you can see within this, that little orange or red parcel in that green space, that's the extra lot that they're talking about. I know it might be confusing without seeing the plan itself, so I just wanted to advance quickly to illustrate where that was. So on the previously approved plan from 2022, that was to be removed. That was condition number 11. Their amendment, proposed amendment for tonight is to reintroduce that into that open space.
The two red spots.
Well, I don't know if my little pointer will work. Doesn't show it very well.
It's not going to show up on the TV, but we have the pointer.
Yeah, so this one here.
Right.
That's what I'm referring to.
Okay.
So that was what they referred to as lot 72 at that time. So what has been proposed, the following the conditions set forth in 22 for this approval, final subdivision plat for phase 4 is approved in December 2024. The interior lots are no smaller than 60 feet in width, and the lots bordering the Oxford Manor boundary are 100 feet in width or greater. Subsequent studies of the location of potential drainage basin located in this development identified a sinkhole located along the Oxford Manor boundary. The applicant has noted that the determination of the area of the sinkhole as unbuildable eliminated several 100-foot wide lots along the Oxford Manor boundary and caused a shift in the street alignment. That space is now proposed to be a green space and a location for a cluster mailbox. Furthermore, the Bell Pond area was declared a jurisdictional water and open water by the Army Corps of Engineers, resulting in an expansion of the drainage area and requiring the removal of several previously proposed lots in the immediate vicinity. To address these shifts, the applicant is requesting an amendment to the conditions of approval. Conditions of approval for this development as follows. Number one, that to narrow the lot widths from 100 feet to a minimum of 75 feet for 15 units bordering the Oxford Manor boundary and the urban service boundary. This is condition number 4. They're also asking to narrow the lot widths from 77.72 feet down to 70 feet for units along Bell Farm and the newly determined jurisdictional waters. Lastly, to place one 60-foot wide lot in the open space across the street from the area of the sinkhole. This is condition number 11. This proposed amendment, including the addition or the increase of the jurisdictional waters and the sinkhole in open space, that add 4.5 acres of green space to the development, increasing the share from 14.7 to 17.5 in the planned urban development, and from 11.6 to 13.7 for the development overall. The number of lots proposed would decrease from 143 to 142, and that's in this particular development phase, and the overall density would decrease from 3.5 units per acre to 3.46. Okay, so here's the illustration. Let's point out some of these things. This is the sinkhole that was identified. You can see because of that, and the width of it, the street was shifted a little bit in that direction as a result of it. The declaration of jurisdictional waters enlarged this portion as well from what has been previously approved. And you can see it eliminated these proposed lots here and also up here. So those are the results of those further studies, and this is the layout that they're proposing.
So I have a question about
Yes,
this
sir.
sinkhole. So is this a new sinkhole that was not found in 2022 when this was originally? How did this come
As mentioned
about?
before, one of the requirements was additional study on the drainage basin.
Okay.
And one of the provisions says, well, the result of that may change the layout. And so what has resulted is that that study did come up with these unbuildable areas and required a change in the layout.
Okay.
And this is the change that they're proposing.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Here's a closer up one. I should have gone to this a bit more quickly. And so what we have here, and there's a nice legend, which is very helpful. The red, you see here, is the green space removed up in that portion. This is old green spaces, some of the new green space. We see in green, and what we're proposing in yellow on the Oxford Manor boundary along the open service boundary is to change those sizes, and those are listed here. And then for this boundary in purple. So those are the lots we're proposing to reduce the width of. Generally referring to those peripheral lots to this particular development site. Are there any questions about this particular illustration at this point?
So the purple and the yellow, you add those two together, and that's the number of lots that we're changing the width. Is that right?
I believe so, but I think I'll let the applicant speak to this.
Okay.
As I mentioned before, I think it's going from 143 to 142 number of units in this section that's proposed to be amended. So it'd be a reduction of one lot as had been previously approved. And that previously approved number was based upon a 100-foot width. So the idea of keeping some similarity to the previously approved number of lots, I believe part of the proposal is to decrease the width of those lots to accommodate a number. Okay. In regards to community forum, comprehensive plan states the following, that development patterns that strengthen the distinction and separation between Scott County's urban and rural areas should be encouraged, as well as development patterns that promote higher density near major corridors and away from environmentally sensitive areas. We believe the proposed preliminary subdivision plan amendment maintains that separation between the urban and rural areas of Scott County. The required 50-foot rear yard setback from the lots abutting the Oxford Manor boundary in the USB, and the required 15-foot tree protection buffer maintain that distinction and separation. We contend that the proposed reduction in the widths of parcels along Oxford Manor boundary, USB along the Bell Farm, and the jurisdictional waters are no greater than 25 feet difference, and many of them being 10 feet reduction in the previously approved width. The previously approved depths are to remain as have been agreed upon earlier. These peripheral lots will remain larger than the interior lots, thus continuing as a transitional band toward less dense agriculturally zoned land. The proposed reduction of lot widths largely occurs after the karst area sinkhole and the resultant necessary shift in the street alignment. We believe this creates a visual transition to the slight change in design pattern moving from section 1. I'll just point out section 1 is. Section 1, as you can see above the green space over here, that particular lot is 100 feet width, so that has been approved. So as we move further in this direction, going down this way, that shift in the road does create a visual change, and believe that the change in that visual component fits in well with the proposed change in width. So I think visually it would not be adverse change.
And because of that change in width, how many more lots are they able to squeeze in there? Is there an additional?
Well, as mentioned before, they were, I believe, at 143, and with their proposed, it would be down to 142.
One less
Okay,
lot,
one
Yeah,
less lot.
one
Okay.
less lot.
but smaller size.
A smaller size for those peripheral lots themselves. This does include that extra lot in that open space. That was part of condition number 11. Staff find the justification for the request to reduce the lot width as proposed sufficient to justify amending condition number 4. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the proposed width reduction amendment. Staff find the justification of the request for the residential lot in the open space area to be insufficient to justify amending condition number 11. The proposed conclusion of lot 73, that's how it's labeled at this point, in the open space would be more noticeable deviation from the established pattern and we would reduce accessibility to the open space from surrounding lots. Squeezing an additional lot into an area which otherwise does not have lots disrupts the neighborhood layout. As such, staff do not recommend inclusion of the parcel in the open space as proposed. So staff does recommend approval of subdivision and plat amendment. Villages at Lane Run Phase 4, Condition 4 would be a minimum lot width for lots adjoining Oxford Manor and USB from 100 feet to 75 feet, and to the minimum lot width for lots adjoining the jurisdictional waters Bell Farm and USB from 100 feet to 70 feet. Staff recommends denial of the subdivision and plat amendment. Condition number 11, to require no residential lots be platted in areas identified as open space. The commission recommends approval of this part of the application. If the commission recommends approval of this part of the application, staff recommends following conditions be attached. I'm sorry, it's a bit lengthy here. Really, the only shifts from the previously approved conditions are number 4 and number 11, as we see here. If it's okay, I might just focus on those and not go through the rest, because those have been previously approved, with your permission. Okay, all right. So in regards to condition number 4, all lots in the Village of Lane Run Phase 4 along the Oxford Manor boundary and USB shall be a minimum of 75 feet in width. All lots in the Village of Lanes Run Phase 4 along the jurisdictional waters Bell Farm USB shall be a minimum of 70 feet in width. So that's a change in that particular condition. For lot 73, which is condition number 11, as you see here. I beg your pardon, there was a typo, left out a word, which I spoke with Mr. Perkins about including. So it should read, lot 73 nor any other lots shall not be located within the HOA common open space area. So make a change to that text for that proposed condition. Okay. And then there's one other as well, which had been previously approved. Okay. Do you have any questions?
I have another question about this. Why would they propose, I thought an HOA, if it belongs to an HOA, do the homeowners not own that piece of land? How can they propose developing a piece of land is that owned by the homeowner association or not? I'm just curious.
Well,
The
I
HOA.
think except for that particular parcel. So if the parcel is not there, then that land would be part of the open space. So I guess maybe some confusion in terms of how we're labeling it.
Okay.
So it wouldn't be within the open space, but I guess part of what would otherwise be the open space.
And to be clear, these lots do not currently exist.
Okay.
Yes.
So they're not already within an HOA?
They're in the situation.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got it, thank you.
Thank you, Holden.
So there's no, and this is the old one, right?
I beg your pardon?
That's the old.
Yes, that's an older one.
So there's no stub in the old, and there's a stub in the new,
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
right? Is that what that is?
That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah. So they're planning on adding on to this later on? I would
I'm not
assume by putting a
sure.
stub in.
Yeah. I think I'll let the applicant speak
Okay.
to those questions.
Between lot 28 and 29.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure the applicant can address
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, 'cause it's still,
Mark, I don't know if it's something that didn't get changed or what, but down there at lot 26, the last yellow lot on the bottom down there, all of those are 75 feet across there, and that 26 looks like it's
49.
the same size, but it says it's 49.89.
said as well. It's also the same for 19. It has a different number. I did pull out our ruler, and using the scale, those are not at those particular numbers. They are mislabeled.
Okay,
So it is, they are,
that's 75.
75.
There's
Yes.
a curve, so the curvature, there is a measurement for that. If you sum them together, you do it really hard, and then you sum them together, they do equal to 75.
Okay,
And they're requirements.
thank you.
thank you for getting that clarified, Charlie. That's good. Thank you.
And I got confirmation from everybody else. The entrance between 29 and 28 is a farm access road
Okay.
to the Elmwood Farms.
So does the
The bill.
fence apply to this?
Does that, I'm sorry, what?
The fence, the border fence for adjacent to the Bell property?
The,
6 foot high.
Yeah, the
this was,
conservation fence shouldn't that be implied in this?
this subdivision plat does predate that requirement. That was passed in 23, this was approved in 22. I believe, and I believe it is actually condition number 7, it calls out a specific agreement between the Bell Farm and the developer for the landscape buffering. So we would anticipate, and I didn't see Mr. Bell in here for it, but maybe Doug can speak to whatever agreements were kind of found between the two of them to protect the farm and kind of separate the residents from the farm itself. Like, I refer to them as those their language. I also very briefly, Mr. Jesse, you mentioned the count of residential units right now. As it stands, according to our records in the 2024 residential density count records, we keep the total preliminary approvals measure 570 right now. The total platted, the ones that actually have been recorded, so the infrastructure's in and they actually are starting to do anything with them, stand at 368. Available to plat then is, so the remaining map is 202. The number of lots with a dwelling on it right now, or a dwelling under construction at the time of when we went out and surveyed everything, is 307. And that leaves 61 lots that have been platted but do not have a house on them at this time, or at least at the time that we collected this information.
Thank you.
And then if there are other ones, like obviously that the staff report that Mark put together references 500 or 706, 705, depending upon what lots are being removed. And those are not represented in this yet because they have not been reviewed.
The reason why I asked that question, I just want to know the number of people who have already owned homes and built homes have already.
Yes.
Okay, thank
In
you.
that instance, it would be 307.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mark? All right, with the owner, developer.
Good evening. Brent Combs with Thoroughbred. I'm the engineer. Doug Charles is also here on the end. He can answer questions that I don't know the answers to, perhaps. And I've forgotten all the questions. I'm not like an attorney. I didn't write them all down. But if we could get maybe the one that's exploded that shows this area we're talking about. Yes. I'll try to answer some of the questions. And a couple of them were answered already, but I'll go over them again. So the one question was about lot 26 and 19, and Elise is correct. Both of those have, part of it's a straight line and part of it's an arc. And so the computer program separates those into two different numbers.
And that's actually on here, I see that in
Yeah.
there, yeah. Okay.
And so there, it's 75 feet wide.
Hard to read it.
Something that wasn't mentioned, I'll mention it, is the urban service boundary
Yeah, it's just some of that.
is actually, does not actually follow the lot lines here. It's this angled line up and down like this.
Yeah, it's on our, you can see it on our.
And so when I drew the 50-foot setback from the urban service boundary, in this area, it's 50 feet wide. But then as it moves away, it gets down to the more standard 25 feet. And then along here, it's 50.
Okay.
So there's that. A little snafu on my part, after I turned this back in at the corrections deadline, staff asked for some statistics. And so while I was working on those statistics, I have found that got a snafu in my lot numbering. So I'm off by one. And so there's actually one less lot than all of the paperwork shows tonight. So the number I'm using is 302, which is just for phase 4, and it's at 300 instead of 301. So there's that. Now I'd like to talk just a little bit about lot 73. I didn't hear the concern from staff until just this week about that, and so, but I have looked at it, and what I realized, I should have done this before, but didn't, is the area where the mail kiosk is. I didn't think it had a very large buildable area, and so I thought that'd be a good place for the mail kiosk. It turns out, if you put a 100-foot lot in there, you could have a house that's 40 feet deep and 70 feet wide, which is a pretty large house.
Right across the street.
So actually what we would like to kind of propose tonight is we flip. We put the kiosk in the open space on the left, as you look at it, and then take lot 73, of course it'd be a different number, and it'd be 100-foot wide, so it meets the original width constraint of the preliminary approval. And that way, lot numbers, we still have 300 lots in phase 4. And we get the one out of the original open space. Now that would reduce the new open space added by, a couple hundred square feet, maybe, I don't know.
Because
But
it'd
I
be a
thought
larger
the HOA area on the right there was because of a sinkhole.
Well,
How could you build?
hang on a second. I'm short. So this dashed line right here is actually the limits of the karst area. So the karst area is just here. And so the house would sit right here. The lot would come back. And so that lot owner would have a nice big backyard, but they couldn't build on the rear part of the lot. But they could still build at least a 40 by 70 ranch style,
So how wide would that lot be?
100 feet.
And all the rest of them down the street there are 80.
Yeah. Yeah, these all
Call
up
it
here
the
are
same
hundreds, and these are 80s. And then these are, those are odd dimensions because they go around the curve there.
So by that change, you're just squeezing in another lot.
Well, I'm not losing a lot,
Yeah.
actually. That's what we're trying to do.
And the continuity would be.
We're giving
there.
up 73 on this side.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be just a lot sitting there by itself, then it would be actually in line with the other lots.
Yeah.
in the same- yeah.
So you're giving up a 60-foot lot and then you want a 100-foot lot across the street.
Well, now, we'll make it smaller, but I thought everybody wanted the wider lots on that side.
Okay.
If you want 80, we'll put an 80 in there.
As a convenience for the neighborhood, it looks like that mailbox kiosk is way down on one end of the property. Shouldn't it be more centrally located? You know, at the other end?
Well, we've got, you can't see it there, but there's 2 other areas proposed for future phases. And so, we also, which maybe if you go back to that, I don't know. We also at one time had an idea of putting a milk kiosk here.
Have you met with the neighbors? Have you had any kind of meetings with the people living in this?
No,
Okay,
no, we're kind of far from the,
okay.
Doug, you want to?
So I'm Doug Charles, I'm the developer. And again, what predicated this whole thing was a really exhaustive research of, it had some characteristics, but until we really did an in-depth geo study, we really didn't know the depths of it. And so after we did that study, we knew we had to shift some things. So we had, to answer your question, Mr. Jesse, this section right here it's known as Phase 4 in Lanes Run. I can't keep it straight myself, there's so many of them, but it's referred to as Oxford Reserve. And in that whole section, which encompasses 88 acres, there were originally 304 lots that were platted and approved. And then when this came in, we had to make some changes to that. And now we're losing 2 lots. You know, if you all don't support letting us move the one from the kiosk across the street, we're losing 3 lots under this scenario. But the first 53 lots in this 302 lot section were closed in the last 90 days, 120 days. There are 13 homes there that are under roof right now that are not sold, that are just under construction. So it's just, this whole section is all brand new. You know, the stuff in front of it is owned by another party. So we have already put, we've already put the fence in. You know, we work really well with the Bell family and the tree preservation and all that stuff's in. So there's no one within that section of the deal that this would impact different than what, it's not like they're buying something and getting something else, In fact, in this scenario, it actually increases the green space. And just to touch a little bit on the mailbox kiosk, we have, as developers, we haven't gotten a lot of guidance from, if you go throughout the community, this transition of going from home delivery to kiosk delivery has just transitioned here in the last 18 months to 2 years through the Postal Service, and that's going on all over the country. And if you'll look at even the sections in front of our section with some very nice homes, they just have the kiosk right beside the curb. And we really, thinking about just the whole community and the feel of it, we want to go ahead and put in a nice area where you can have a parking and a kiosk, a place where they don't get wet and that kind of stuff, which is not required. It's just something we want to do, as something to benefit the residents. So, but it's really disjointed, this whole mail deal and how that works and where you put them. And some people just put them beside of a vacant lot and people pull off the curb and, so, and we do have the fence already, is already in, Mr. Best. It's already been put into the it's the no climb fence. It's got the board and batten up top, and it's all been done the way it was supposed to be done. So does anybody else have any other questions about any aspect of it? One other thing I will say, just from a community standpoint, we certainly understand the buffer, and all this stuff is buffered. Most of this stuff is buffered by trees, an existing tree line, and there's a delineation in the grade too. But thinking within the community, if you think, some of those interior lots are 60-foot wide. Many of them are 60-foot wide. And then when you go across the street to 100-foot wide, it's kind of outside of the continuity of the whole neighborhood. It's like you're 60 foot and you're 100 foot. And really from an aesthetic standpoint, I think 80 foot, 75, 80 foot is plenty, because most people today in the price range of these houses are, in what most people can qualify for, is how these guys build these things this day.
And what is that price?
These are in the mid threes, the mid 300s.
Any other questions? Joel or Doug?
Thanks, Tom.
Have any questions from anyone in the audience? All right, thank both of you, appreciate it.
So I guess from the, sorry. go ahead.
Prior to the considerations, there's some proposals for some changed layouts. If our engineer won't mind speaking for just a second on what this is impact.
That's what I was gonna ask, how that would affect this.
Brent, I don't know how you would get all the fill in to support a lot without going way back into there, so.
Well,
that was the reason for the shift.
The approved grading plan is where the house would go. In other words, grading for the kiosk is the pad for the house. We do not cross that line at all.
Okay, it is a very shallow house then.
40 feet deep,
Okay.
70 feet wide.
Would you be able to meet the setback requirements of the road for that?
Check it all out.
I hadn't seen it, so.
Yeah, Ben hasn't seen it.
Generally speaking, I feel the concerns of our planner, Mr. Mark Harper, related to the preservation of open space would applicably apply across the street as well as they apply to the other side. But it's certainly something for the planning commission to consider, and we'd be open to, again, exploring it further. It's just difficult to kind of do that on the fly.
I understand.
It's understood the open space would be, the open space versus the original plan, under what you're proposing that we don't have an actual drawing of, is what's the net difference?
It's on the slide.
I'm not sure I'm with you.
They had it on the slide there, on your.
What you see is 4.5 acres more.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's what I wanted to point out. The green has never been open space or green space to this point. So I'm going to argue that putting a lot in open space that we're proposing is not the same as proposing a lot in some existing approved open space, green space.
Gotcha.
I don't see what keeps us from reducing the amount of, that we're proposing.
Something that you didn't have to begin with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, the way it seems to me, you start a project with a preliminary plan to decide what you might do, and then you go in and, like I said, do all these studies, and you find out, well, we can't do that. And this is a way of addressing the things they can't do to closely match what they'd already proposed. And we're losing 2 lots and gaining green space. The lots are a little bit smaller, but I do happen to agree that, and I love farmland, you know that. But that is, if I'm a 100-foot wide lot guy, and I look over and I see almost 2 houses in my, they don't go together. That doesn't to me exactly match up.
But then if you live in that 60-foot wide, you look across the street and say, man.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
Maybe it's something to aspire to. I don't know. We all have to have things to aspire to, right?
And am I counting right that these are actually wider lots? There's fewer lots in the bottom line now than there was before, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yes.
There's 11 there now. There was 12 before.
Okay. Yeah.
So they're actually are they a little wider than they were before? Am I right?
Which one?
The 65 footers at the the bottom, that are directly across the road from the,
Oh, 26
well, 37 through 47 and 60 through 48, there's less lots. Am I looking right that there's less lots there than there was?
I thought those were the same,
But, because if I'm
I
counting,
haven't checked those in some time.
I guess I just counted wrong.
26 to 36 is the one.
No, there's 11 there, right?
Which one, what?
So this row right here.
Right here, yeah, 37 through 47, that's 10, right? 11?
It's 11.
Okay, and what are you,
And the yellow has 11.
I'm sorry, if I may
And then
add some additional stuff for your consideration.
Yeah.
versus.
So we're in agreement in regards to those peripheral properties in terms of the diminishment in the width. And it's a good point in terms of the contrast between the smaller properties and the ones on the periphery as being too contrasting. So I believe that's a good point. So we are in favor of that proposal, of those reductions. In regards to the lot that's shown in red, labeled number 73, one of the concerns we would have is about community forum and about continuity of space. So you have a band of green space represented in blue, which has been approved, going directly across to a band of new green space, which is HOA, where the kiosk is. So throwing a lot in there, we believe would sort of disrupt that continuity. We do believe that shift itself in the road that the jig underwent is a good transition, as mentioned before, from the larger peripheral lots to the sort of reconfiguration of lot dimensions. But we believe that having continuity in that band of green space would be important to community forum. So we ask you to consider that when you're addressing the question of that lot 73 being introduced.
So what about flipping the mail kiosk with that lot, putting it across the street?
Well, it
there?
would still sort of disrupt that continuity. So in essence,
just having a kiosk there?
this red spot would just be flipped across the road, and that straight line going across the green space would be removed. It's just something for your consideration.
So what you're saying is you don't want disruption of a building lot on either one of those?
That's your decision to make, but this is sort of the
That's your recommendation, is not to
the
do
thoughts that we have on
Based
that.
off of a visual thing, not necessarily a requirement, right?
Yeah, I would believe that sort of, again, community forum and the comprehensive plan does make reference to community forum being important. And so looking at the pattern we have here, this does set up a pattern, which I think is good in terms of that linear continuity of that green space. If that's disrupted, it could be noticeable.
So the kiosk would be there, but there would not be a house there.
Right, I mean, a residence would be much different. The kiosk is usable by members of the community as opposed to a private individual.
Thank you.
Well, but if they flip those, Mark,
Either one,
there wouldn't be, instead of lot 19 there, then you would have just another lot, and so that would just be kind of a continuation. I think it would look better than that lot over in the HOA in the blue space there.
Yeah.
But we don't have to prove a lot in either place, though, right?
Do what?
You wouldn't necessarily have to have that in the
Right,
red
that's what
order.
they're saying. They don't want one either
They don't want
place.
the lot, period.
Yeah,
Yeah, so there wouldn't be a lot in either place.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it's just from your perspective, it's not because of a zoning or ordinance requirement, it's just visually what you believe would be
structurally.
more pleasing.
Yes.
Which is allowable in our regulations, correct?
That's allowable, yeah.
So that doesn't make it wrong if it's allowable.
I didn't say it was wrong.
Yeah.
I just was stating it's an opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I want to make sure that their
I
opinion.
didn't say it was wrong, I just said
Okay.
it's their opinion visually.
Yeah. I want to, yeah, but thank you for saying, yeah, I appreciate that.
And I understand what Mark's saying. A lot of times when you look at things on paper, they look really nice. You know, you would see a jog on paper.
That's what
When you're driving down the street, is it really that obvious? It's hard to say. You know, I mean, you know,
I wouldn't think it would be if you're looking in the right direction that you need to be looking when you're driving.
anyway, the other, you know, other option I would have to look at is to reduce those lot widths a little bit more. You know, it's my job to try to keep the lot count as close as possible. So that's where I would head, is to see what else I could come up with.
I mean,
Yeah.
So I've said it before, I'll say again, we don't like to plan on the fly. It makes it very difficult. But to Brent's point, this HOA area right here, when originally approved, there were lots, correct?
Yes.
And so we are gaining additional, if we're not gonna call it open space, certainly green space, probably in that Carson area there. If we were to move that lot to this side right here, staff obviously does have concerns for meeting setbacks, not going to fill in karst areas. But if the applicant feels comfortable that they can do that, then I definitely think that should be considered as an option. I would just ask for clarification on where that then mailbox goes. And the idea is to just bring the mailbox over.
I had it there before.
Okay, yeah. And so the bigger thing, I think, to Mark's point again, is what does this transition look like? And again, right now, all the way over, we do have a wonderful kind of linear open space, green space area across the board. If we put a house here, yes, that might interrupt that area. But again, I think the bigger concerns are just dealing with that karst area that's not going to be in that backyard, similar to these guys. All of this to say, though, if the option is to switch this over or reduce these lot widths further to get an extra lot in there, I do feel like the lesser impact to the community would just simply be your house here if you can fit. We would not be supportive at this time of reducing the lot widths any further along that boundary.
Just to add that there and then flip it with
Yeah.
the kiosk.
What I ask is, in clarifying any recommendation the planning commission wants to make on this, is that the language specific to the denial of lot 73 in the open space be preserved. Just to be sure that in the 2022?
22.
Yeah, 2022, that language be preserved in this finding as well. And then we are more than happy to work with the applicant in trying to figure out how we could site a line over there. This work, Doug?
Yeah, that's fine. I think if you're inclined to support in everything except that, we can work that out. I play really well with it. We're gonna get along, okay? If it doesn't work and they've got that much anxiety about it, we're not gonna fight over it. We'll move on. But
You're talking about 73?
yes, if it's practical, if y'all can, is there a way that we can do that, Charlie, that if we get some support, that we can do it, that we'll figure that one out?
Well, let's make sure I understand too. You're talking about if the house gets flipped
Yes.
with the kiosk?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and then you'll work with it to make sure that it can actually fit and avoid the karst area and all that. Yeah, I understand. I think everybody understands that.
Okay.
oh, yeah.
But the question would be how to say it for a motion.
Well, yeah, because 11, as it's stated now, would not allow it to go over into that right-hand
Right.
side green space. Well, here's what I'd suggest, is you make that part of your motion as clear as we can make it, and then we'll adjust these based on what's in the recording of this meeting. to
You
make
mean
sure we
that by
get it
these, the
correct.
conditions of approval?
Well, these are conditions of approval except for the flip of the
Yeah.
proposed 73 with the kiosk. And then we'll work that language out and we'll get Mr. Charles' signature on that as well as staff's signature on that.
Charlie, if I might suggest, you might just say that lot 73 can't be in the
Well, it
originally.
only says that, but only.
But I mean, in the originally
general.
approved open space.
Number 11 says denied.
I'm sorry, in the what approved? In the.
Instead of just saying in open space,
In the
that it
newly-
can't be in the originally approved open space.
In the original, yes, I agree with that.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
It can't, 73 can't be in the originally approved open space.
Okay.
Because what we're talking about tonight is not the original open space, that's the new stuff.
So,
So, yeah.
it was not approved for that to be there. It was proposed.
No. Well, yeah, but it's it's not to be located in the originally approved open space.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. You want me to give it a whirl?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I will make a motion for approval of PSP 2025-18 with the exception of the note on condition of approval number 7, that the commission is in agreement to.
11.
Oh, I thought I said 11, did I say?
No, you said 7.
Oh, 11, sorry. 11, I think I was already looking at the 73. 11, that the commission would agree with the proposal to flip lot 73 with the kiosk, but that it cannot be located in the originally approved open area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, I don't know if I got room to put it.
Okay.
But yes, I think that's correct.
Okay, you can go back to the video.
So, yeah, if we could do that, just what I've got so far is lot 73 and any of the lots shall not be located within the originally approved HOA common area space.
Right. So that replaces condition 11. Condition 11
Yeah,
is the one
that's-
about lot 73.
That is condition 11, that is the new.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna have a little footnote off to the side that they may put this 73 in place of the kiosk and vice versa.
Yes, they're flipping it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't have room for all that, but that's what's gonna,
Well, obviously with the planner staff's agreement in terms of location relative to the.
and then when Jamie's doing the minutes, we can pull that out
Okay,
and update this one and then get those.
Okay.
Yeah.
all right, so that's the motion.
So
I'm sorry? Okay, yeah, you can call me, you go myself.
I have a motion. Take a second.
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Garrett. Ms. Singer,
Yes.
Mr. Jesse,
No.
Mr. Vest,
Yes.
Mr. Stone,
Yes.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Green,
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. All right, you will see Mr. Perkins. Mr. Fleming, just as a matter of record on something this large and that changes from the previous one, it would be helpful to be able to see both of them at the same time.
Oh, okay.
But then putting them on a screen like that, it's gonna make them so small, we may have to have a physical board of some sort.
Yeah, we can provide for that.
Yeah, it's, going back and forth there, if we can see both of them together where we can point there. All right. Next one is the ZMA 2025-20 Ward Hall rezoning, a zoning map amendment for 40.11 acres from A1 to C1 located at 1782 Frankfurt Pike. This doesn't have to be a public record, or public. It is? Yes. And so this is a public hearing, so I now open the public hearing.
Charlie, do we have anything in here?
Huh?
Is that any of that in here?
Yes,
That's after the Falls Creek.
it's after Falls Creek. Falls Creek got withdrawn.
Yeah. Thank you. There wasn't in there. Not in here, did it?
You're up again.
I am up again. You'll face me one more time tonight as well.
All right.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So this application is for a zoning map amendment from A1 agricultural zone to C1, which is a conservation zone, and this is for Ward Hall, which is about 1.5 miles directly west from us. The property is a little over 40 acres. Surrounding zones are primarily residential. It's proposed in current uses as a museum, and we are recommending approval for this proposal, for this application. This is the site itself from our zoning app, and this is an aerial image of that particular site as well. The applicant is seeking to rezone the property from A1 to C1 in order to establish greater measures of protection for historic structures, which is not provided for in the current A1 zone. Ward Hall, former plantation now serving as a historical and cultural education center, is listed on the National Register of Historic Places, a designation that highlights the cultural significance of the site but does not provide for its protection or preservation. The Georgetown Historic Overlay District does offer protection for historic structures within its boundary. Ward Hall is not within that particular district, part of the reason for this proposal. Regarding the site review, the property is currently zoned A1, which doesn't provide the amount of protection that we're seeking, thus proposing the shift to C1. The intent of Conservation District is to promote and protect significant natural features, wooded acres, watercourses, existing and potential sites, and other conservation and recreational resources. We believe this zoning designation better affords protection for this particular site. There are some dimensional requirements for this zone that are listed here. The existing structures all comply with these requirements, the lot size and such. Legal considerations for looking at from the state, findings necessary for proposal of map amendment. Before any map amendment is granted, the Planning Commission must find that the map amendment is in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan, or in the absence of such a finding, that one or more of the following apply, and such finding shall be recorded in the minutes and records of the Planning Commission of the legislative body or fiscal court. Those being that A, the existing zoning classification given the property is inappropriate, and that the proposed zoning classification is appropriate, that there have been major changes of an economic, physical, or social nature within the area involved which were not anticipated in the adopted concept plan, which have substantially altered the basic character of such area. In regards to how it fits with the comprehensive plan, the future land use map shows that this property is quasi-public, which denotes land or space which serves a public function but which is privately owned. Description of the land use per the comprehensive plan states quasi-public land use categories, that this land use category includes prominent facilities that benefit the public and do not fit well into other categories. Such land uses are characteristically large and distinctive facilities that are service-oriented. These facilities contribute to the general welfare of the entire community. Institutional uses include public facilities such as schools, fire stations, government offices, cemeteries, private education facilities, etc. Churches and similar institutions may be included here if they are large. Otherwise, they're included with the surrounding or adjacent uses. The Comprehensive Plan Heritage Chapter advocates for the preservation of historic districts, sites, and structures as a means of retaining local culture, heritage, sense of place, and pride in the past. A fundamental principle includes that the maintenance and preservation of historic districts, sites, and structures helps retain our local culture and heritage. The destruction of historic landmarks results in loss of both a sense of place and pride in the past, both of which Scott Countyans value greatly as expressed in the comprehensive plan. The goals and objectives for the heritage are as follows: to preserve our built history, to implement policy measures to protect historic resources, incentivize preservation, and enhance the form of surrounding areas such as downtowns, historic districts, historic sites, and landmarks, and also increase awareness of the importance of preservation efforts, processes, and available financial design and additional educational resources. So historic buildings and districts can be found throughout the county. As mentioned, this particular building is on the Register of Historic Structures, but that does not provide protection. Staff concludes that the proposed zone is appropriate for the use to preserve a culturally significant area. The purpose of the conservation district is to promote and protect conservation and recreation resources which aligns with the mission of Ward Hall preservation. After review of the 2024 comprehensive plan and goals and objectives therein, staff concludes that the requested zone change complies with the comprehensive plan. Therefore, the subsections, if it were not to comply, A and B of the state statute, need not be considered for this application. So our recommendation is approval of the zoning change request for this 40-plus acres from A1 to C1, located at 1782 Frankfurt Road. If the commission recommends approval of this application, staff recommends the following conditions: all applicable requirements of zoning ordinance and subdivision development regulations, and the applicant shall return the planning commission of preliminary development plan approval for any change in existing structures or uses are proposed. And here's the site again. Thank you very much. Available for questions if you like.
Other than Main Street, there are no other areas in Scott County that has the conservation protection. Is that right?
So Main Street is not zoned C1.
There are
It's
some
historic
protections
preservation.
for part of
Yeah,
Main Street.
it's an overlay,
Okay.
so it's a little bit different. This is a part of our zoning districts. So most of our C1s are in our floodplain, sort of recreational areas and such. I don't know if you had some.
It helps clarify as well. I believe there's upwards of 70 odd properties across Scott County that are recognized as on the England Register of National Historic Places.
Yep.
Additionally, we also believe that there are several neighborhoods that are identified as historic neighborhoods. But as far as an overlay is concerned, downtown County is what overlay.
And there's where some protection lies, correct? So even those other areas say that, as far as being really protected, they're not protected, not also.
Unless, again, the provisions within the National Register of Historic Places really the facade protection.
Other than that,
Yeah.
yeah. Thank you.
You have something to add? Yeah, please.
Okay, so this is a unique application type. We have not done this since 1994, wherein the planning commission, with the consent of the applicant or the property owner, is the applicant for this circumstance. So we met with the Ward Hall Foundation to see what we could do to work with them and how we could help protect it and invest more in the asset that it is. And ultimately, it was determined that this was an appropriate route, that we could be the applicant for this and pursue this with their consent to participate in the process. This is just the first step for a lot of historic preservation projects in this area, and we believe that putting it in the conservation district is a really meaningful way to get that ball rolling. You'll also note in the agenda itself, we have a text amendment. It references primarily the House Bill 443, which we'll get to a little bit later, but we also advertised for some changes to the C1 zone to include culturally significant areas, districts, and buildings in order to kind of start pursuing a more historic and also environmental protective route with the C1 zone. So one last thing is this has been annexed into the city. We had identified that it was improperly zoned. There was some data layers that kind of got a little bit weird that made it a residential zone. We were able to find that, trace that back, put it back into the agricultural zone, and now we're just moving it to that conservation zone for that, what we believe, added layer of protection for the building. So that as stuff happens around the area, as the preliminary approvals that have been approved for a while now are executed, this remains a cultural asset in our community and will remain for future generations of Scott Countyans. It may also help with them getting some investment from other grant programs from the state or federal authorities that help groups like this to invest in their properties and potentially reestablish buildings that have been lost due to time and those types of things. So
And the foundation is in full work to do this?
Yes.
Yes, we do have representatives of the foundation if you have any specific questions to
Oh, that
their
was it.
efforts and projects. But we have their approval and endorsement to pursue this.
So number 2, under the approval, it says they need to come back before us for any change to existing structures or use. That doesn't include maintenance and
Renovation.
renovations of existing.
If the footprint is already there, we would say that it would just be
Okay.
a renovation type project where
Yeah,
it's
there-
just building inspection or whatever other protective groups that need to be involved for a historic building. Those guys would be involved. If they wanted to put a large gazebo, hold more events there, and put a brand new building atypical to the period that this was developed under, we would then want to see that development plan. And so that condition is in there for those purposes.
I just want to say thanks to the commission for stepping up, pumping your brakes, and, you know, we got so much going on building in Georgetown. Let's preserve what we do have, you know, for the future of our young people, so.
And you said there's many more of these to come. You're looking at other places in Scott County as well.
So this is the first of what could be many projects where we identify a site that has historic significance, that may be under pressures or may not be under pressures, but is just interested in that additional level of conservation and preservation efforts. We spoke to the historic district downtown. It is just rather just an overlay, just kind of
Yep.
floats up there. The B3 district kind of has all of those protected layers in there, but this could be an effort to maybe revitalize the historic district, apply it to all of our other historic districts. I believe there's 7. It's Oxford, Miller's Run, downtown Georgetown, South Broadway, and the other municipalities' historic districts are in there, the NRHP. So we may be able to, with the start of this, kind of get the door open and then start really pursuing larger, more impactful plans to help preserve our downtown and historic areas and districts.
Forthcoming.
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 Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can't wait to see that.
So we need to close the public hearing?
So,
Oh, never mind.
does the Ward Hall Foundation folks need to say anything?
We're in agreement with.
You're agreeing with everything? Good, thank you.
Do we have to vote on this?
Yes, it's a public hearing, so.
Well, are we ready to vote? Did anyone
I
say?
think we
Yeah.
have to close public hearing.
Do we close the public hearing to vote or vote?
Well, since you vote on what's said at the public hearing, you probably ought to close it, because then something else could be said, and then there you go, you got something else.
Okay.
Before the closing of the public hearing, please don't throw that. There may be members of the general public that may be interested in providing testimony or asking questions of the commission or just wanting to be heard. So before we do anything like that, it may be a meaningful thing to get public comment.
Is there anyone else other than the Ward Hall Foundation that would like to say anything or have any questions? All right, I will close the public hearing. And at this time, I will take a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to pass ZMA 2025-20.
Thank you, Mr. Jesse. And a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Jesse?
Yes.
Mr. Vest?
Yes.
Mr. Stone?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Ms. Singer?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. My grandmother was Olive Armstrong Kemper and grew up in Ward Hall. Her father owned Ward Hall until the Sousons bought it. The Armstrongs were the longest owners of Ward Hall, so all of those Armstrongs are resting easier tonight, knowing that no one's gonna
I will ask.
crackle in there a bit.
I will ask the council, is the chairman of the board to sign this, or is our director to sign conditions of approval sheet?
I would say since this is staff initiated, staff ought to sign it.
This next one's a public hearing, too.
Okay. While Mr. Fleming there is taking care of the ceremonials, staff obviously would like to thank the Ward Hall people. It's been a lot of fun. You know, we do have a lot of fun in office. We truly do. We even look forward to these nights, believe it or not. But it is these projects and others that we've been able to really pursue in the community that, I mean, they're just a blast. On the heels of that, while I've got a captive audience, July 8th, since we won't be seeing each other again until then, we are having a function at Ward Hall. We're calling it Picnic with a Planner. It is an entire evening themed with just, you know, fellowship, citizenry, and different speakers and things to discuss preservation, whether it be local, regional, or at state level. There will be representatives from the community, from Ward Hall. Our intern Noah over there has gotten Georgetown College involved, thankfully. Bluegrass Trust will be sending some resources as well. Ms. Kitty Duguid is on call. Lori Saunders, you know, with tourism, is also going to pitch in. It's going to be a good time. So let's keep it dry. I don't know that they want us all in the foyer. I know they're working hard on the place. So
I love the idea.
it's
There's a
going to be
typo
great.
on the brochure.
Oh, all right. It's going to be great. It truly
But I think
is.
it's great. It's fantastic.
So, but thank you all again. So we look forward to doing more of these things for the community.
It's a little late in the meeting. We should have done this at first. Would you please introduce Noah?
Noah. Yeah, he's got his new tie on and everything. Noah, he's been great. You know, he's definitely finding his way. I don't know what all his interests are, but hopefully we're not dissuading him from pursuing them still. But he's been great. He's brought a lot of light and humor to the office for sure, a lot of youthful energy, a lot of really good questions, almost a surprising level of introspectiveness from such a young man. I wish I was as smart as him when I was a kid.
Where'd you go to school?
Georgetown College.
Georgetown, great. What year are you?
Going into my senior year.
Okay, great.
He's an intern for the summer with us.
Fantastic.
Believe it or not, he is a student athlete.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And what's your
How did you
degree in?
guess?
Your la-
English and pre-law, sir.
English and pre-law.
Great.
Noah, where are you from?
Cincinnati, Ohio.
Okay. My son
Okay.
just graduated from the pre-law program here.
This is,
Beckham,
okay.
accounting and economics major.
All right.
I can see Brad mentally calculating how many bales of hay you may be able to put up in a day.
You're looking for a second job.
Yeah,
That's right.
I see that.
Gotcha.
But yeah, thanks, Noah. Done a lot of good work so far in a short time. It's a lot of fun. So, okay, and I like my projects too, where I get to go back in time a little bit. Thankfully, Mark has done a little bit of the legwork with this, with explaining our procedures and requirements as we consider zone changes. So this is another one. This is a request for an amendment of our zoning map. This is the Sharp property.
Is this a
Public hearing.
public hearing?
Yes. Yes, it is. Most people will probably know this as the property that's immediately across from Copperfield. As you leave, you know, the bypass taking Paynes Depot in through town. It's just over 30 acres. They are seeking to change this property from A1 to an R2 designation with PUD asterisk in there, a little bit of flexibility and development. They're proposing both apartments, townhomes, and single-family residences. I'll get into the breakdown of that here in just a moment. So again, here is the property here. To the south there, you can see McClellan Circle, the southwest leg of the bypass. Paynes Depot as it shoots in towards town. McClellan Springs to the north there, and Copperfield to the east. And this is just a different orientation. I thought it important to kind of illustrate this pond and stream. It's a good view of it. It does play a big role in the development itself, also rolls itself into the PUD considerations for the development they are proposing. So as far as the R2 district goes, it does allow for all of the housing types the applicant proposes at a density that they're also proposing as well. It is a maximum of 12 units per acre or 6 units per building. It covers single-family, duplex, multifamily to include apartment buildings and, again, planned development projects that they are seeking. And a total unit count, they're proposing 240 apartments, 15 townhomes, 65 single-family residents for a total of 320. Given again the total parcel size of approximately 30 acres, it does come to just under 11 units per acre, which is below the maximum density allowable for the zone they are seeking. And this is an overall view of the development itself. And just to highlight, the purple there is all of the different multifamily to include both the townhomes and the apartments. As you can see, it's clustered to the east at the main access to Paynes Depot. That would be the highest point of traffic, presumably. And then you get a lowering of intensity into the peach color there, which is the single family. The green and blue being both the open space designations as well as waterways that will be preserved. Let's see, so this project site has not been annexed into the city as a condition of approval for this consideration. If they were to achieve their request, it would have to also go for adoption of the zoning map amendment by the city of Georgetown, as well as consideration for annexation. It does already adjoin city limits to the north, east, and west. It's been within the urban service boundary of the city of Georgetown since 1979. So this has been earmarked for development since, and also conferring with both the 1985 and 1991 comprehensive plans. It specifically calls out this quadrant of the urban service boundary as one for development. Of course, timing being everything, families can choose to hold on to their properties as long as they want. You know, once it comes up for consideration, time to sell, time to divide, et cetera. At such time, we do start looking at what the comprehensive plan has set out for us as adopted by both the city of Georgetown as well as Scott County as a whole. So, and furthermore, you know, just speaking to that, the 1991 comprehensive plan itself does speak towards, you know, to use somewhat of a harsh term, the removal of agriculturally zoned parcels within the city limits. And doing so, you know, that promotes concentrated infill growth as opposed to promoting sprawl for housing and commercial development outside that urban service boundary, which we seek to use to contain our development, make it make sense. And also, past and current plans also encourage the use of these plan unit developments to encourage diversity, both in style as well as promote, you know, pedestrian flow, aesthetics, things of that nature. And again, properties in the immediate vicinity are developed to a similar density and a mix of single family and multifamily properties. And it's one of my little back in time slides. So the red star there being the approximate location of this property. This is taken directly from the 1979 comprehensive plan. Mr. Perkins was in some of the pictures in the centerfolds in this. It was the pizza party I think they were having. It was very quaint before 1985 in the planning office, that's for sure.
Some of us are still quaint.
Yeah, about 1985, the tones of the plan start to change. I don't know why. So the purple dotted line there being the urban service boundary as it was laid out at the time. Again, our urban service boundary is just that. It's a designation that we lay out that helps us keep a you know, a collar, literally, on leapfrog zoning, things of that nature, make sure all of our resources are being used and accounted for within a halo. And again, this area was earmarked for development as far back as '79. Oop, maybe. Furthermore, and I won't read through all this, this comprehensive plan just ratified, as well as those in the past, also identify this section of Paynes Depot Road and the adjoining developments as a neighborhood center. Again, to facilitate diverse development within a concentrated area, promote pedestrianism, traffic flow that makes sense. Again, keep things within that urban service boundary so that we're not throwing so much urban level density development outside of our reach. To go along with this project, anything that would create more than 100 trips in or out of a project site, whether it be commercial or residential or industrial, must undergo a traffic study. This one, as you can imagine, does cross this threshold. There were three different intersections that were taken into consideration for this traffic study. Paynes Depot at the bypass, Paynes Depot at the proposed entrance adjacent to Copperfield, and then at the intersection of Paynes Depot and McClellan Springs. The movements were tracked during May of '25 at these three intersections again. We do look at things in a peak hour. Most people would just refer to that as rush hour, you know, the early morning hours of 7 to 9. And the evenings when people are going home or going to work, whichever shift you're on, about 4 to 6 p.m. or so. These are typically the highest traffic times during a weekday period. Weekends are a little different. So as far as weekday mornings, it's an average estimated to be 173 new vehicles entering and exiting the development during a weekday peak hour. And then in the evening, it would be approximately 218 new trips entering the corridor during that peak hour period. This data is reflective of a full build-out, which they expect potentially in 2035. Of course, none of us can see the future. We've seen that in development trends over the past 15, 20 years that things have ebbed and flowed. Again, none of these developments of any type fall out of the sky like Legos. They're proposing that this would, all be full at 2035 or so. This is just a deeper look into the chart that I've just referenced as far as the trip count, and it does further break it down into which they propose or estimate will come from which part of the development. Again, the commission and staff essentially consider the aggregate. It doesn't necessarily matter what house the car comes from, it's how many houses are, not how many houses are going in the road, hopefully not, how many cars are entering the roadway. There is a summary, I believe the first 7 pages of the traffic study in your packet. We retain the entirety of the study in our office. The study in its entirety will also be submitted to the City of Georgetown for consideration of their adoption of this proposed change if it is approved here, as well as for annexation. This is a view of the current roadway where the intersection is proposed. Again, it'd be there directly west of Copperfield. As you can see here, and I'm sure you know if you travel this roadway a lot, there is some striping and tapering that exists there, both before and after the current entrance there on the Copperfield. During the study, the threshold was not actually met to do what they call warranting turn lanes in and out of the development in Copperfield itself, specifically left-hand turn, nor due to sight distances, et cetera, was a traffic signal warranted. And furthermore, the signal at McClellan Circle is anticipated to operate at a level of service that's sufficient. However, to circle back on that, while it did not meet the warranting levels for turn lanes, through internal discussions with staff and our engineers, et cetera, it is within staff's power to recommend above and beyond. And as such, we felt it necessary and prudent to recommend the installation of turn lanes as well as the appropriate widening measures to serve both the existing development there to the east, as well as provide safe entrance to the proposed development on the west. After talking with our engineer, Mr. Krebs, I won't bring you up here unless I have to, staff has proposed that each lane, all 3 lanes to be northbound, southbound, as well as the turning lanes be 11 feet wide each minimum to accommodate these turn lanes that we propose as a condition of approval, as well as to provide for sufficient area before and after each intersection for storage of cars as they wait to turn. Beyond that, and everybody knows, we drive through here most every day. Without these turn lanes, staff is of the opinion that vehicles will still continue to use these striped and widened areas like turn lanes, just kind of get out of the flow of traffic just enough to be able to start making that turn, and people are just going to keep, swerving off to the right. I mean, we've got too many of those areas in the county. Staff feels it's prudent to require these improvements. So even though it's not warranted by the study, both staff and commission are always empowered to be more restrictive and conservative and considerate. So that's my little spiel on that. So again, really I just harped on this. This just talks about whether or not the turn lanes were warranted on paper. The applicant is requesting a series of waivers and variances as part of the application. And these considerations and requests are common of PUD developments. However, staff feels that at the time of zone change, it's not necessarily appropriate or streamlined to get into variances and waivers and things of that nature, as we're just looking at the purpose of the parcel at this time, right? The proposed change in zone. This is not a development plan stage. This is a concept plan that we would like to hold the applicant to. However, for the sake of just the consideration of the zone change as well as streamlining things for legislative bodies down the road, city council, it's not an appropriate time to consider, deny, or approve any such waivers or variances. But they're in your packet just to warm you up for them if they choose to continue to pursue those if they were to get approved. So, Mark, thank you very much. Also spoke to the standards of which we consider zone changes. Again, we look at the comprehensive plan, future land use map, whether or not the proposal given to us by the applicant meets those standards and considerations. The comprehensive plan, again, does provide the guidance. Ever since 1979, again, at minimum, this area has been earmarked for development, specifically medium density residential, and also, with the considerations of being a neighborhood center. So the request does fit the land use designation of the comprehensive plan and future land use map. of medium-density residential. I'll show you those slides here in a moment. The proposal also echoes a number of goals and objectives in the comprehensive plan, specifically, diversification of housing, clustering development where it makes sense, things of that nature. Let's see here. And this goes back to 2006, just to show the continuity of the future land use map as a designation for this property, going on 20 years now as a medium-density residential zone. As you'll note, however, though, in the 24 plan, there is a small section of what we call quasi-public. From staff's determination, this is essentially to kind of encompass and preserve that drainage area that you saw. That little segment pretty closely mirrors that waterway. So, and again, the applicant is proposing to preserve that as open space within their concept plan. Does anybody have any questions so far? Okay. In summary, as staff finds that the proposal does meet the standards of KRS 100-213 as it dictates the consideration of zoning map amendment requests, staff does recommend the approval of the zone change request as well as the adoption, of the accompanying concept plan. However, we do have some a little bit different and above and beyond conditions of approval for this one. Specifically, item number 4, that the turn lanes as described before be installed. Staff finds that that is, again, very prudent, and it details some more of those things that I spoke on before. Beyond that, I believe that's the only conditions that would be a little bit different. Again, the adoption or approval of this proposal would also adopt the concept plan. Staff feels it prudent to cap the number of units in the development at the 320 as currently proposed. So when and if this does get approved and moves on through yourselves in the city and we get a development plan in, there should be no more than 320. Number 8 speaks to a open space requirement, which is standard for all PUD developments of 10%. Staff just feels it's important to continue to echo those requirements as open space is important to us and the community. Same with number 7. Sorry to go back through some different conversations with adjoining neighbors. They expressed interest in retaining existing tree lines, so staff thought it prudent to make that an explicit condition that if tree lines and established tree stands are able to be preserved, they should be. And then lastly, number 9 is a standard that if the application itself receives approval but does not progress through the stages of development as it should, within 3 years it's eligible to have essentially the zone change revoked, and it would revert back to A1 or whatever may be most appropriate. And that's all I have for now. If you have any questions for me, feel free to let me know. Otherwise, I'll yield to their representation.
Any questions for Rick? Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Chris Hoskins. I'm here on behalf of the developer of the Sharp property, Buchanan Estates. I'm accompanied by John and Michael Barlow and Tony Barrett. Mr. Shirley did an excellent job explaining our request, so I'll be brief. I think he may have even said at some juncture along the way that there's a long pedigree to justify this rezoning, and he did a great job of explaining it to you all. The property is in the urban service boundary. It has been since the adoption of the 1979 plan. Most of the adjacent property is already developed residential or zoned to be developed as residential. The zone change aligns with the current plan and the current future land use maps designation of medium density residential. We generally agree with the conditions. Did want to point out number 4, which Mr. Shirley mentioned. It provides the quote 3 11-foot wide lanes that provide center turns into the proposed development as well as into the existing development accessed by Copperfield Lane. As Mr. Shirley mentioned, the traffic study determined that turn lanes are not warranted. But to be clear, we are agreeable to construct a turn lane that goes into our development. We're committed to that. We do have some questions about some of the the verbiage in the condition. And there is Copperfield subdivision, and then beside it there's a 7-acre tract that hasn't been there hasn't been residential development. There's one unit there. So as far as that left turn into Copperfield, we don't control those properties. Those properties are not ours. The 7-acre track's not ours. So we don't know what the intent of that track is. We'll work in good faith with staff, with the stakeholders across the way, to work through this matter. Again, we are committed to that left turn. It's the left turn that doesn't affect our property that we need to work through and get the specifics, and because it's not just a turn lane. You know, there's a waiting period. You know, you're behind the cars, the car line. There's the taper. So there are some specifics as far as that goes. But we are willing to work with stakeholders to try to figure that out. One option, and what we suggest, is that, and we have no opposition to deferring the waivers and variance request to PDP. But one suggestion we would have would be to take that condition 4 and defer that as well, with the understanding that we are committed to doing the left turn lane into our development. Mr. Shirley mentioned the waivers and variances deferred, and again, we are okay with that. Do want to mention 2 points very briefly on that. First, as Mr. Shirley mentioned, substantially all of the requests are the modest standard dimensional waivers in line with customary minimum standards for PUD. So the outlier of sorts here is the south of the southern adjacent property, and this is a remnant of a larger tract on the other side of McClellan Circle, and that's owned by Ball Homes, and it's identified in the future land use map as residential, and there's not livestock on it. I can't tell of any agricultural purpose other than perhaps cutting of hay. There are some mower marks in some of the aerials. You all know that there's a 50-foot buffer for agriculture. I would suggest that it's not prime agriculture. I would suggest it's a remnant tract of a larger farm that's been sold. We will be requesting a just eliminating the buffer with a 25-foot building setback. That property is still owned, and no one else has it, to my knowledge, under contract. It's owned by the Gaines family. We went and met with the Gaines family. The Gaines family have signed a letter. They have no opposition to this request. So we do have a letter in hand from the Gaines family in that respect. So with that said, Buchanan respectfully requests that a zone change from A1 to R2 PUD is recommended for approval. And it's subject to all the staff recommended conditions, other than condition 4, which we request is deferred to PDP along with the other requests.
The other request being the buffer change?
Oh, well, the waivers and the variances,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
So there are probably 7, well, there may be more than that, 7 or 8 waiver that are kind of in compliance with the standard minimums. The one I would call it maybe a variance would be that south, that's A1 right now. It really doesn't serve, to my knowledge, any significant A1 purposes. To my knowledge, there's no livestock. There hasn't been livestock out there for a while. It's the one on the corner right there.
It's that little triangle right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all for the PDP discussion, correct?
Yeah, that's not for,
No.
that's something they put off anyway.
Yes.
All right.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
They were talking about these turn lanes. You made reference to about someone else owns 7 acres. Who has the 7 acres?
I don't, Mr. Barlow may know, there's property across the way to the, okay. Yeah, there's 7 acres and there's a house there. That, I don't know if it was developed, if it got developed, if they would use that as an access point, I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. They will? Okay.
What was that?
Well done, that track. That's the old Buster's place.
Yeah.
And we are over here. Are there any questions? Comments?
Any other questions or comments? Yes, sir. Just come up here and state your name and.
I'm Josh Kyle, 109 Clear Springs Drive. This is my wife Rebecca. We're in the McClellan Springs subdivision, which is adjacent to this property. And as a family who lives in McClellan Springs, and speaking for other members of Clear Springs Drive, we are opposed to this outlined rezoning of this property to encompass multifamily dwellings and to making an exemption for the lot size for the development. Smaller lot size would lead to smaller homes on the lot, which would lead to more congestion in the area. The initial McClellan Springs subdivision covenants says that it's just going to be single-family dwellings. It said there wouldn't. It doesn't say that there would be multifamily dwellings allowed inside of the neighborhood in McClellan Springs. With this being adjacent and possibly tying into the McClellan Springs subdivision,
they have a proposed street that connects the neighborhoods.
Yes.
Now, right now, we're not considering the development plan, so just so you all know, it's just the zoning we're talking about.
As far as the development, I would say that we should not develop it into a multifamily dwelling type land use. Based on the surrounding area, there are no multifamily dwellings relatively close to that area.
I did have a question on one of their PowerPoints. It says there are multifamily homes in the vicinity and there are not multifamily homes in that vicinity. Right next to that you have McClellan Springs, and then right next to that you have Ward Hall, which actually backs up to Ward Hall. And none of those are multifamily facilities at all. And even across from that, it's Payne's Landing, which is not so there's not currently multifamily homes in that area, and we're very opposed to adding those to that area. That's a lot of homes on 30 acres. When you're up next to two different neighborhoods who are single-family homes, we have kids running in. It's a safe neighborhood. It's a quiet neighborhood, and kids run up and down the streets, and that traffic that would open up right there on Clear Springs Drive would definitely add so much more traffic to the area. And speaking of the left-hand turn, McClellan Springs has a left-hand turn, Ward Hall has a left-hand turn. I can't imagine the traffic that would be coming out of there. I mean, 240 just in the apartments alone, not counting the single-family homes and the townhomes. So, but the HOA does address that it would only be single-family homes. I did have a question on the agriculture buffer on the southern side, because I know the water is protected, and then I know there's a lot of woods that wouldn't even be flat. So is that to the proposed residential, or what side of the property are you all speaking of the buffer?
That triangular piece,
green up in
if you can see
Okay. Yeah,
get
that's
the
what
lot
it
that
is.
shows all the way down to the intersection of McClellan Circle and Payne's Depot, right there. That buffer on that lower red line is what our regulations say that anytime you have residential that backs up to agriculture, there's got to be a buffer in there. That triangular piece down there is still agriculture, but there hasn't been livestock in there for
Long time.
But it could be
long
agriculture
time.
without livestock, correct?
Pardon?
It could still be agriculture without the use of livestock.
Yeah, but it's to protect the livestock.
That buffer.
And like I said, in a couple of the aerial photographs, it looks like they've cut hay on it at times, but
It also mentioned in there 10% of the HO open space need to be usable space.
Yes.
And their 10% of, on there, it appears to be swamp, creek, pond land, and
It's a
that's not
stream
really
that runs through it.
that's not really usable space.
Well, we brought that up Monday at our workshop there, and I had that same question. And we were assured that there was usable HOA space in there.
The other thing is, adding multifamily housing decreases the value of all the properties, the single home properties that are currently there, because as mentioned, there's not any multifamily housing in the vicinity.
That's all I got. Like, as I said, I just think approving it for HUD 2 residential is inappropriate for the landscape of the area. I'm not opposed to another form of rezoning it, but to allow for such smaller lots, smaller homes, and multifamily homes is not appropriate for the area.
And even on the lot size, what you see backing up to McClellan Springs, it almost looks like those lots are half the size. So it definitely doesn't go with the other neighborhoods that are already established there.
Okay.
And
Thank you. And this, again, this is just for the zone change. It's not for the development. So at some point in time, we would have to hear about the lot sizes and how they propose to build
just
all
figured
that.
that went
This
along
is
with the
just to change it
multifamily
from
and how they calculate it.
agriculture.
They just always
to
include a
residential.
conceptual one with the zone changes, say, here's kind of what we're thinking.
I
So
do have a-
definitely you all would want to come back if we approve this, when the preliminary development plan is already going to come back.
So like, what would their neighborhood be zoned? Because we're looking to zone this R2. What would their neighborhood be zoned right next where they're at?
Let me squint here. That is actually R1A PUD, which it does allow for some larger lot sizes, assuming that they all hold to the dimensional standards, because being a PUD up there, they also have some flexibility, as we've seen with this application as well as the one before, we'd have to look at a
Because
lot
small,
of
right.
pieces. Yes, the concept plan does provide connectivity. Our subdivision and dimensional development, I'll get that, Mark, stop. Requires certain amount of connections to existing roadways for safety and access, et cetera. This would end up providing, I believe, 5 total. 4 rather. Some are existing developments, others are proposed in the future. There would essentially be 2 active connections at full build out to the north to McClellan Springs and then out to Banks Depot. Those number of connections do meet the threshold for the number of units. If we're just talking about, again, in terms of zone change, the proposed concept plan is below the maximum density, 12 units an acre being the max.
What would be the maximum density in an R2?
Or R1A.
Regular R2 is still 12.
Okay, okay.
PUD just implies that there's flexibility in the arrangement.
R1 up there is only 4. The R1 next door is only 4.
The R1A?
Right.
Yeah, R1A is 4, isn't it?
No, it's like 2.8.
I'm sorry, Mr. Perkins, I think we're getting off.
2.8.
What's the actual question? I'm sorry.
Well, the density potential for R2 is up to 12.
Yes.
R1A is, I thought, 4. Is it even
Are we
less
talking
than
just
that?
about McClellan Springs and what they're designated? Is that
It
the
says
question?
R1A, yes.
Yes.
And that's 4, isn't it?
Approximately.
It's
No,
less than
it's
4.
2.9
Oh,
units an
okay.
acre.
So it's considerably different.
I would say
Consider-
that
Yeah, it's a lot.
it would be more
Considerably
appropriate for that to be rezoned R1A to keep continuity with McClellan Springs subdivision.
And even Ward Hall is there.
and
That's a
Ward Hall
considerable
subdivision,
difference.
Which also connects, because you
It is a
making it
considerable
a
difference.
R2 diminishes the size of the homes, also making our home values.
And connecting it all together too.
100,000 square foot house versus 300,000 square foot house is it's gonna affect the property values in the area.
So,
Thank you.
if I may just very quickly to address one
Thank you.
point.
Yeah.
Again, the recommendation that staff provided was influenced by the future land use map that does identify this as an acceptable area for R2. The other thing I would like to harken back to is, as we discussed with the Village at Lanes Run Phase 4, is one of the things we consider after zone change as a part of the development plan process is how we transition between areas that have different densities, what design language we can utilize to make that transition as seamless as possible. Absolutely, when we look at an area that's zoned at 3 dwelling units per acre versus 12 dwelling units per acre, there is a disconnect. But as we see here in our concept plan, the staff has worked with the applicant to make sure that even that concept plan begins to differentiate the areas so that we have that lessening intensity as we come to our traditional neighborhoods. It looks like our applicant has come up here, that's all.
Well, can you, before you move on, this is really, I'm glad both of you are there together, and Charlie brought it up. Just so there's, for the whole public to hear about this the question about those 10 acres of space. So you're satisfied that it's not like what this gentleman was, that there's really 10 acres there from the?
As far as usable open space is concerned, that 10% that we have through there?
Yeah, 10%, it is there.
Yeah. As we move into this development review phase, it's very important to work with an applicant to not just say, here's the hinterland that can't be used for anything else, we'll give this to the community so they can use it as open space. But our applications and our staff are very diligent in ensuring that the open space that's proposed can be utilized. Now, there's a combination of both what I'm going to call developed open space as well as undeveloped open space. Sometimes a field is a nice place to be a kid. Sometimes a creek bed is a nice place to be a kid. But that can't be it. And we've talked about this before, and staff, again, at the zone change phase, feels confident that this would meet the intention of our PUD. Is it exactly what we're going to end up with? No.
But you're assuring the public that the creek bed does not make up the entire of this space?
I'll let the applicant speak for that.
Okay.
My name's John Barlow. I'm the developer, and let me start off with the agricultural buffer. I met with the Gaines family. They've signed a statement. They're in support of eliminating the agricultural buffer, so I would hope that would not be an issue at this point. I think they have plans to make an application of some sort to zone it. I'm not sure what that'll be, but I think you got to look at. And I go back to the whole, going back to 460, the whole Ward Hall, bigger, all the way to 460. Yeah, okay, that's as far out, Mr. Barlow. I mean, we have a 45-year history with this whole segment, and it started with. You got donated.
Coming after you, David.
It is your birthday, maybe we'll let you off. We'll post bail for you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, starting with here, back in 2004, we donated half the acreage for the Ward Hall Foundation. So we have a very vested interest in Scott County. Actually, this little triangle here probably will be donating that here shortly to the foundation. So, you know, we just, you know, we have whatever, I think it was 10 acres that we donated. You got this creek coming down through here, which will tie into the subject property. And then, you know, obviously with all that open space, I won't even go into Kingwood, Payne's Landing, but open space is huge for us. It's a marketing thing for us, and it makes for a great community. So if we can go back to here, I can show you how our open space will tie into this creek and all this.
Do you want to just zoom in, or do you want the PowerPoint slide?
Just, well, you can, the preliminary plan. So you gotta look at the whole thing comprehensive, and it's a 45-year evolution. So I'm not sure how this works.
It's just a pointer with
You
a
can
couple
pull-
tips.
you can pull some.
Yeah, you
But
can extend it.
You start off with the park benches here and the trail that goes down here and ties into the creek. He's taller than I am.
Your son's gotta show you how
So I
that
might
technical
borrow that
stuff
with
works.
the applicant as well. Tony Barron and I, I'm a civil engineer, Tony Barron and I worked to develop this plan. Open space will tie into a creek system that's down here as well. Speaking to the requests for smaller lot sizes and the other PUD variances we're requesting, we are trying to maintain the natural topography as best we can with this existing pond and these streams. The smaller lot sizes aren't for smaller homes, they're for, so that we can not have as deep of lots and help better maintain and have more open space to comply with the PUD requirements better.
And I might add that the single-family lots, the lots may be slightly smaller, but it's hard to build something and keep it under 400,000 now. I mean, we're trying to find a way to do affordable housing, but most of our houses have 3 sides brick. We're not known as a vinyl siding builder. We take great pride in leaving a legacy in Georgetown, and we hope to continue that.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Michael Bruce. I live at 131 Old Ford Drive, College Springs. For the last 3 to 5 years, when I read in the paper virtually every other week, that we have major infrastructure issues and that we don't have enough infrastructure as we're growing so fast. So I don't know if that's here or whatever committee, but that has to be a big piece of what has to be looked at, because there are already concerns about what it is today. So I don't know if the developer does that, or, because that's not, my background is all IT, so I don't know much about physical building anything. But the end game is that's got to be addressed. Water is already an issue, or appears to be. I know it's an issue, at least in pressure, at our house alone, right now. And we've been there 8 years, going on 9. So wherever that group is at, and we'll get in front of that group, wherever they're at, infrastructure needs to be a huge piece of this, even today, let alone 10 years from now.
City Council is working on that. That'd be who you talk to about that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Have anyone else?
Can I ask a question of the staff?
No.
The discussion, I'm sorry. You know that doesn't stop me.
Yeah.
The discussion around the legacy for the R2 and in the most recent plan anyway, it being R2. Can you share some insight? Obviously I was a part of the plan committee, but not remembering this parcel specific. Some insight into the recommendation for an R2 area versus an R1A area.
R2 just being a urban level
Right.
development,
Right.
essentially that would allow for some flexibility and difference of townhomes. When we look at maximum density, it's not a you have to build at this density. So again, my next application after this one is the Colony, which is zoned R3, high density residential, and having spent much of my life there, it's a lot of single family homes on larger lots. So again, these designations do set maximums, but they're not.
You don't have to build up to that.
Right,
I think
right.
that's an
And this
important
development is
distinction.
below. If it were all single family homes, it would be well below. But this applicant, through their concept, has chosen to provide for some diversity in housing to include higher density multifamily installations.
right.
Am I answering
You are.
that?
Yeah, thank
Yes.
you.
Yeah, the intent of the future land use and the recommendation is, again, to concentrate this style urban growth
Right.
at junctures of infrastructure.
Right.
Again, McClellan Circle being right there, Paynes Depot as it runs to 64, et cetera, things of that nature. And while I'm on the subject of infrastructure, if I may speak to the last gentleman's concern, those concerns are valid. Again, we're here at the concept plan stage. Every single application that comes through, whether it be a 5-acre division or a 500 home development, all get sat down at the round table with all utility providers and emergency service providers of what we call our technical review committee. All the concerns are expressed at that time, and they're made aware of what is proposed to be developed. We even loop the school system and things in as well. This all has been seen at a bird's eye view level from the providers. However, as development progresses, y'all have all seen them, there are signature blocks on all the plans. If the water company or another utility, whether it be electric, gas, et cetera, the fire department cannot serve the development as it's proposed, they will not sign the plat, they will not sign the development plan, things do not go through. So they get the final say before they come to us for a final signature. Utility companies are always consulted and given consent before us.
I just wanted to make sure I understood the recommendation for the R2, and you explained it very well in terms of at a juncture like this,
Yes.
when we're looking at how do we add capacity in
Right.
terms of supply of housing, right? When we're doing the conceptual plan, it's a lot of discussion around where does it make sense to do the higher capacity residential.
Arterial and collector
Right,
roadways, things of
exactly.
that nature.
In terms
Yes,
of,
ma'am.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Hello, my name is Christopher Good. I'm also a resident of the McKellen Springs subdivision. And I live on Clear Springs Drive, just as they had mentioned. I've only been there a year, me, my wife, and my kid. But since we've been there, there's been, every day you come home, you leave for work, there's kids out playing, there's people kids on bicycles. There's not much traffic, as you can see going into Clear Springs Drive. It's not connected yet. I know this is a zoning discussion and not necessarily a development discussion, but infrastructure matters, and that road isn't, it wasn't designed for a large traffic to go down it. For congestion wise, it's, just measuring it, it's 25.5 feet wide. The main road going into, or McKellen Springs Drive is 27.5 feet wide. So there's even a difference there. I know there was a discussion for emergency purposes, there needed to be infrastructure to allow that connecting road, which again, if the number of residents additional coming in wouldn't be so loud or so large, like 240 apartments, that is a lot. And as mentioned, there isn't any multifamily on the east or west side of Payne's Depot. At the end going to, Frankfurt Pike, there is one apartment complex, but there's none there in the Indian Acres, McKellen Springs, the subdivision next to it. It's all single family homes. So I don't understand why we want to move to an R2 when we can have R1. Continue to have these single family homes. That's what the area is known for. Like, I'm not from Georgetown. I moved here from Clay County, Kentucky, and the people I know and discuss, this is the area that they mention people want to move into. This is the resident area. That's the goal. And so by adding these multifamily apartments, you're devaluing this area. And I just want to make that clear. So that's all I have.
Thank you.
Can I ask one more question of the staff? Sorry. The staff reaction to the request to defer to the PDP stage?
I'm sorry, which?
The condition of approval for the request of the applicant to defer it to the PDP stage?
Yeah. You heard from the applicant. They are committed to the left-hand turn into their property. There's some questions about going the other
Right.
way. I would simply ask that we be very clear that the condition is held strong for the left turn lane into their property. And then I think we could push off the other half of that left turn for the development stage.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions, comments, Roy?
Again, don't have a dog to fight, just neighbor. Start off with, that was Mr. Oliver's place, who had nursing mares out there. Charlie probably didn't even remember.
Of course.
But on the zoning side, we've been talking about wanting to increase density in town in order to protect the land around town. So I think this is a perfect example where we're increasing density to protect the farmland around town. So I'd support the move.
I'd like to say, that sounds so good, but we just add more homes and build more apartments, and people
Yeah.
still buy in the county. I don't see where one's slowing the other down at all.
Well, it's
Not
all,
one
it's all
bit.
relative to the conceptual plan, right?
Yeah,
I mean.
yeah, I'm not talking about the plan, I'm just talking about
Yeah.
in reality.
Right.
That sounds so good. Well, let's just build this big, but then you build that, and you still sell off, because we just continue to build and build, and people continue to come, and I'm all for people coming.
But you're not gonna do an R2 out in the county.
No, I'm not saying we are.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I just don't think the people who are gonna move here are gonna buy 5 acres in the county.
I think it's two different markets.
That, I agree.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah, so I wouldn't let that influence too much, in my opinion, of what you think about. We need to build up a bunch of apartments to keep people from the county, because I don't think a bunch of apartments will keep people from moving to the county. It won't
But that's
save
the
farms.
philosophy behind why R2 is here versus someplace else, right?
Yeah. Josh, I understand what you're saying about no apartments up and down Payne's Depot, but we do have some coming in the near future, right on the outside of McClellan Circle, on Payne's Depot on both sides. One that Ball Home Development, and the other Limestone Distillery, where the new distillery is going in. Both of those are gonna have
Mr. Chair, if I may,
apartments in there.
Let those be the developments of the apartments.
But what I'm saying is, there are gonna be apartments in the
They don't need
area.
to be on the inner side of McClellan Springs Circle.
let's see, Mr. Chair, if I may, I
Yep.
believe you're speaking of both the Paddocks and the Gaines Farm propositions in that
Right.
regard. Canewood Center has some multifamily and townhomes. The Mark is over there as well within the circle. Townhomes both in Indian Acres and Hills, as well as back in Copperfield. White Oak isn't too far away. Crown Point is there as well, all within the urban service boundary and in the same kind of quadrant.
Yeah.
So while they may not be right next door, again, urban level development. And I know there's been quite a bit of discussion about lot sizes as well. Elise, the mathematical whiz that she is. When we're talking about PUDs and talking about minimums, they are just that. Again, we expect a gradient of development as staff. We don't want anybody seeking the minimum for every house, every lot within a development. Again, we expect a gradient. These are the minimums as requested at the concept stage. A minimum lot size, even if it were just one lot within a development, is 0.149 acres. A minimum lot size in an adjacent R1 zone is 0.18 acres for comparison. So I think the biggest differentiation here admittedly being the density and the allotment of diverse home types in this area proposed.
Just as you bring up Indian Hills, I'd actually thought about that when Holden made the point of transitioning right into a neighborhood, because that was done, I don't know, my gosh, those apartments were probably
60s,
built in the 60s.
1962,
But you can tell even there, it was sort of thought about in terms of how to transition into a single-family home from those apartments there.
There's actually a lot of older homes that were kind of built as American four-square multi.
Right, as fourplexes, yeah.
Not necessarily modern scale development.
I think Doc's still in here, but his house before they bought it was
And-
turned into a fourplex.
And as far as the ag fence thing you was talking about, Charlie, I disagree with what you say. It's not to protect the livestock. If you build homes there that close to the bypass, that no-climb fence could be essential. Because my grandkids would sure enough be out there. I don't know about nobody else's, but I think it's an ordinance. It should be up there, regardless of who says, oh, you don't have to do it because I own that. If it's zone ag and that's the ordinance, it should be there.
But I think they just want the buffer to be the footage, not necessarily the fence. Is that what we're talking about?
I don't know, because it's not part of this vote anyway.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. And he said the Gaines is
Yeah.
Right.
probably gonna, they're gonna develop it into something anyway.
It's so easy to go down that rabbit
Your
hole.
grandkids must act like you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the staff, or any other comments from the audience? Yes, ma'am, come back up here, please. We have you recorded and,
I just had a final thought.
Uh-huh.
When trying to figure out if this is R2, R1, or whatever. Is the goal here to provide the best interest of the residents of Scott County? Or is the goal to, I honestly don't know, I'm asking, to grow and add as much housing as we possibly can?
no.
So you've heard from several members of the community. I'm not sure if Mr. Barlow lives in Scott County. We all live in Scott County, close to it. and we're trying to express our best interest from the community.
And I appreciate you doing that there. Our purpose is to both, to protect the residents of Scott County, but at the same time, enforce the regulations and laws that are out there that a developer or a builder can go by.
And I would say looking at, obviously, the residents of Scott County as a whole as well,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
Understanding where the growth is planned for, where we have the infrastructure to support the growth, and
Right.
where we don't.
We're also discussing rezoning something that is not annexed within the city limits currently, right?
Which is always generally the case. When something's rezoned, it has to go for annexation afterwards.
And the city council does have to approve it.
Yeah, they still have to approve the zoning change and the annexation.
You still have another venue
If it approved.
if it was to be approved. It may not be approved.
Any other questions, comments?
Well, I just have one question.
Yes, sir.
And Brad brought this up. You know, there's been so many apartment developments approved, you know, come for us. Is there a time or is there any regulations that limit in the community how many apartments a community can accept? Or do we have to always accept all these apartments? I mean, are we going to run out of people that wants all these apartments? I'm just curious. I don't know. It seems like a lot of apartments are coming to Georgetown.
You're exactly right. And if I may go back several years, at Emerson Farm, they built a bunch of apartments to begin with, and then they came back to us and said, all of a sudden, there's not a demand for single-family housing. People want more apartments. We're 95, 98% fill rate, and we need to change some of these duplexes to apartments. And so, you know, if the apartments were sitting there empty, they wouldn't keep building apartments. But I think
I think it's part of the affordable housing discussion, right?
Yeah.
The prior applicant, I
Yeah.
can't remember,
Do I
that was
wanna
talking about the
Do I want
350.
to live in an apartment? No, but there's a lot of people that do.
Yeah, that want to or
Have
need
to.
to for
Yeah.
economic sake.
Yeah.
A lot of people can't afford the $350,000 houses we were talking about with the other development.
Yeah. All right, anything else? Seeing no, I'll close the, what's it called here?
Public hearing?
Public hearing. Golly, Moses. I'll close the public hearing, and I will listen to a motion for the zone change for the Sharp property.
I'll make a motion for approval of ZMA 2025-21 with the exception of condition of approval number 4 to defer the second portion, which relates to the turning lane for the adjacent development, to defer that to PDP for discussion. But that the turn lane for the new proposed development would stand as it states in the condition 4 approval.
Okay. Thank you. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Chairman, if I could get Ms. Singer to repeat that motion so I can compare what you said.
Sure.
What's in the condition.
So it's condition 4. The first part of it stands, which is the requirement for a turn lane into the proposed development. The second portion of it, which is the turn lane into the existing development, is postponed for discussion until the PDP phase. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, and we'll save another discussion for another time, so.
Okay, you can call me on that one too if you need.
Yeah.
That's essentially, I think, what I heard from the staff, right?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
not the reason for the discussion later, but.
Okay, all right, okay. You want me to start making changes? Is that the discussion later?
All right, I have
For next time.
a motion by Ms. Singer and a second by Mr. Stone. Ms. Singer?
Yes.
Mr. Jesse?
No.
Mr. Vest?
No.
Mr. Stone?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
No.
Oh, you all put me on the spot. I'm going to vote yes for the zone change, not for the development, for the zone
It's all
change.
for the zone change.
Yeah. Okay. You'll come see Mr. Perkins.
Well, not just yet, 'cause I'm still trying to figure out what part.
I'm
this
sorry.
serves. Yeah, so the turn lane serving this development.
The proposed
we're
development,
approving.
that requirement
Anything
stays.
serving anything else.
In the
It's postponed,
Copperfield.
that requirement's postponed until discussion at the PDP.
Yeah, we can revisit it, we're not closing.
Yeah, we're not closing the door on it, we're just saying we'll revisit it at PDP.
Yeah, yeah.
Required to do a turn lane to another
It
subdivision.
does, I know, but that's what's in the condition of approval.
No, but we can make them put a right hand on the turn lane.
Yeah, yeah. It's in the condition of
That's
approval.
okay for turn lanes.
And this is,
Development.
Right,
Yeah.
but the staff said to the other development too.
Charlie? Charlie, they developed the other property.
Charlie,
Doesn't matter. That's
I know,
not-
but
that's
I would like to
Quiet.
revisit making a right turn lane. But I'm not- just a-
Have your attention, and we need to move on to ZMA 2025-24.
if I may, and it may, first of all, for the quality of the recording, we need to reduce crowd noise.
Please.
And so, if it.
Mr. Barlow,
May please-
could you take
please
that discussion
record.
out in the hall, please?
That's fine.
Senior Mr. Barlow.
Ms. Singer, if I may, you may correct me, obviously.
Yes.
To my understanding from this side of the table, your motion may include just the striking of the.
The striking
as
of that
well
last
as into the existing development, so just ends at the comma.
Yeah.
And that becomes a period, and you close out the rest of
Okay,
that.
that's fine.
Is that what you were
Yes,
going for?
yes.
So we'll wait for council to
Okay.
be
All right.
available to hear, and then we'll make sure that is, if that is your correct thing, that you
Yes.
identify that clearly for him.
Okay, I will
and his
identify that
purposes.
clearly for him. Mr. Perkins, what I want to do is strike the last part of condition 4.
The first sentence, is that
First
correct?
sentence. I'm trying to clarify it for you.
I wish you said that 5 minutes ago. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, just wanting to make sure
Yes,
that's what,
yeah, that essentially is the same thing. Yeah, I just stated it a different way.
but that's your choice.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we will move on to ZMA 2025-24, Geo Specialty Headquarters, a zoning map amendment for 5.58 acres from A1 Agriculture to B5 General Commercial Park for Professional and Technical Consultant Office located on Sadieville Road. Mark's Backham.
you're quite
Yeah.
popular tonight.
Mark, they
Yeah,
threw
yeah.
him under the bus, didn't he?
Must be some sort of
He
orientation,
was the
initiation.
rookie. and-
Yeah,
They
I
call
guess a
it
bit
hazing?
of
Yeah.
time in the deep end, but that's all right.
For the record, this is a public hearing.
Yes,
And we have another public hearing.
okay. Is it okay for me to proceed?
Please.
Okay. So thank you for that introduction in regards to the purpose of this particular application. As you mentioned, it's for zoning map amendment from A1 to B5. The applicant is proposing a geospecialties or geotechnical services, and the B5 is general commercial park. And so this is the location. You can see here I provided inset showing a greater scale so you can identify it. It's within the city limits of Sadieville, to make you aware. It's just to the east of 75, exit 136. And here's an aerial view of that property. The building you see sort of north of this particular site is a fire station.
Mark, I believe that road is US 32 instead of Sadieville Road. Old Sadieville Road is in behind on the map, and 32 is the highway.
I beg your pardon?
It's called Sadieville Road and Old Sadieville Road, but that is 32 highway.
That is.
Sure, yeah.
That is Kentucky 32, the south side, which is also known as Porter or Sadieville, and then the south side is Old Sadieville.
Yeah, so I think,
What I understand Old Sadieville to be, is this road coming along through here?
Right.
That's Old Sadie Road.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is
Right here.
Yeah.
It's not being used.
I understand that, yes.
This is Sadieville Road.
Old Sadie Road, and then the other one is Sadie Road, which is US Highway
32.
Yes, yes.
But it's Sadieville Road.
Did I say it differently?
Sadie and Old Sadie Road.
Did I say Old Sadie? I'm a little bit confused here. Okay, all right. Okay. So general commercial park districts are designed to allow flexibility and development of compatible use areas of limited light industrial, professional offices, and limited commercial in business park or campus light design. In general, design is to encourage clustering commercial activities within specifically designed or designed area, and to discourage strict commercial development along major thoroughfares and non-commercial areas, provide for orderly development of commercial activities so that adverse impacts on adjacent properties traffic flow can be limited, encourage an orderly and systematic development design providing rational placement of activities, parking, circulation, landscaping, pedestrian circulation, loading and access, allowing for a mix of limited light industrial use with compatible commercial uses, and encourage general commercial activities to locate in areas that have access to major street systems. In regards to the general park itself, I draw your attention to Parts A and Part F of these compatibility. So for A, it's professional and business offices, including but not limited to lawyers, architects, engineers, real estate agencies, etc. And for Part F, limited light industrial that can comply with the performance standards set forth in this section and noted above. This is the future land use map. We have the property outlined there. You can see there's a portion designated as quasi-public, and the western portion of this property is designated as commercial for future land use. And around there, we have designated for future land use, low-density residential. If we look at a wider scale for future land use, we can see that from this property, moving toward the west and toward the highway, we have preponderance of commercial use and light industrial use for that area. So this would be on the eastern boundary of that proposed growth area for those kinds of activities. The applicant has stated the proposed development would meet or exceed all applicable zoning requirements for the B5 zoning classification, which is designed to accommodate mixed commercial, et cetera. The proposed geospecialties headquarters would advance the purpose of the B5 zoning classification by mixing office use for administrative headquarters with light industrial activities, which include equipment, material storage, and staging, unified plan for geotechnical services. Staff conclude the proposed use would be suitable and beneficial for the project site as well as surrounding properties. Staff find that the proposed uses and concept plan fits within the B5 zoning district. Let's see here. For the conceptual layout, they're proposing 2 phases, and I'll have some illustrations of the structures they're proposing to put in. Phase 1 is installation of a 40 by 80 foot hoop barn structure. Repurposed containers adding a support for initial office and equipment storage. This phase also includes establishment of fenced equipment laydown yard for storing construction vehicles, materials, and heavy equipment. Phase 2 include the construction of a permanent 120 foot by 60 foot engineered metal building, which will provide expanded office and meeting space, warehouse storage, and room for potential future growth. Future parking and traffic study will be evaluated during the development plan process. Here are some examples of what they're proposing to place. Regards phase 1, and the illustration below is phase 2 for the structures themselves. Regarding landscaping, the areas around this particular property, as well as this property itself, are zoned A1, so they have to adhere to landscape requirements, setback requirements for the development plans, which they understand are proposing to do in their site development plan. And the legal considerations we've gone over before, so I won't be too redundant in that regard. that note is that it's really dependent on the comprehensive plan and whether or not the comprehensive plan supports this application. So, as shown before, the future land use map shows the property and others westward up to and past I-75 for commercial and industrial use. Additionally, the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan further speak to and support the zone change request through economic growth, creating greater diversity for Scott County economy, supporting the economic strategic plan initiative to diversify Scott County economy, to create more local businesses and job opportunities, encourage long-term incremental local business development to benefit the community, and encourage small-scale commercial temporary business to increase entrepreneurship and provide access to a wider range of local goods, services, and capital. Okay. Regards to comprehensive plan, staff conclude that proposed zoning is appropriate for the use and is suitable for future uses as it provides for orderly development of commercial activities so that adverse impacts on adjacent properties and traffic can be limited. It also encourages an orderly and systematic development design providing rational placement of activities, parking, circulation, loading, and access. After review of the comprehensive plan stated before in an earlier application, we believe it does support this proposed change, and subsections A and B of KRS 100.213 need not be considered. And let's see here. So we are recommending approval of the zone change for this 5.5 acre lot from A1 to B5. And if you should recommend approval of this application, we do recommend the following conditions: that all applicable requirements of zoning ordinance, subdivision development regulations, and the applicant should return to the Planning Commission for preliminary development plan approval. Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if you have any questions for me. I think we have a representative of the applicant available for some questions as well.
I was just wondering what this is. What is the company? What is this facility?
Oh, Geospecialties, yeah. So it's, my understanding is they work on some of the things that they do include, what is it? Lost words at the moment. Yeah, they do this all day long, so we'll let them speak to it. Okay. Come on ahead, please. Thank you.
My name is Jamie Egley. I'm one of the owners of Geospecialties. We're a geotechnical construction company. So that means we stabilize landslides and slips. Okay, so like we're on I-40 right now, where they had Eastern Tennessee, had the rain. We're stabilizing those slopes so they can build it back and get I-40 back open. We have 3 crews there to be there for the next 9 months. So that's the bread and butter of our business. We're Kentucky owned. We want to keep it that way. Our footprint is from Northern Ohio to Arkansas. Right now we have 8 crews in 5 states, but we're committed to staying here in Kentucky. We want that money to stay here. We're proud to be Kentucky owned and privately owned. The advantage we see right now we're in Nicholasville, and the advantage we see is access to I-75. We can be tucked in a little bit. So how we stabilize them, we'll have excavators from 138s, 238s, 315s. And they have a drill on them. It's about 15 feet long. And so we put bar in the ground, and that's our equipment. And you have a grout plant, shotcrete hose, some low wire mesh, very minimal. But that's what will be on site as far as material. And hopefully not a lot of stuff's on site because that means we're not working. So we want that stuff all out and running. You know, I haven't seen a excavator in 5 months, so that's a good thing, right? But that's what we do. So I know geotechnical construction, and everybody kind of asks, what is that?
This will be like an office space for you.
Be an office space, a yard office space,
yard.
right? We won't be selling anything. There's no retail. We're putting our mechanic right there, working on those offices to start with, and then we have staging for weld wire mesh, strip drain, rebar that goes out, on a daily basis.
Sounds like what you all are to interstates is like what R.J. Corman is to railroads.
Correct,
right?
yes.
So is land stabilization the only thing that you do?
That's the bread and butter of what we do. We started off mowing yards and building fences 5 years ago, and now we're, with 4 of us, and now we have 79 employees, and we've grown.
Well, great.
So.
How did it, I'm sorry, just curiosity, how did it angle into this? It's a long way from mowing yards.
It is. Our managing partner did this for 15 years.
Huh.
Said he was going to retire at 36.
Yeah.
He's my neighbor. He got bored, and then we started up our own deal because he didn't like being retired at 36.
Yeah.
Which I kind of made me wonder about him, but you know, whatever. But that's where we're at.
Well, personally, I'm glad to have you in Scott County.
We hope this works out.
Yesterday, coming
We'd be
back from
great.
Nashville, so.
Yeah.
You're really glad they were there.
Yeah, I probably saw some of your equipment.
Yeah, probably.
All right, any other questions for the owner or the staff? Anyone from the audience? All right. I will close the public hearing, and I will take a motion for approval.
And Charlie, does this also, once we're done with our part, does this also go before the city, the government in Sadie'ville as well?
Do what now? I'm sorry.
This what we're doing tonight, does this also have to go to the government in Sadie'ville as well?
Yes.
No, Red's saying no.
Yes.
It has been annexed into the city. It's been
Okay,
annexed
so they've
for a
already
bit.
done it.
Okay.
And so it is just an application to rezone it with them. So if this proceeds, it'll go to city commission for their 2
And
hearings.
they'll approve it there.
They'll review it and maybe approve it and
Okay.
agree with you guys. Let's not get too
Right.
excited about approvals quite yet.
But that is the process that
That
goes
is the
to.
process. It follows exactly what the city of Georgetown and Scott County did for zone changes.
Okay. So with that said, we'll take a motion for approval.
I'll make a motion for approval of ZMA 2025-24.
I have a motion. I need a second.
I'll second it.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. Stone?
Yes.
Mr. Vest?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jesse?
Yes.
Ms. Singer?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. All right, if you will see Mr. Perkins right over here. Thank you. I'm not gonna forget you tonight like I did Monday and start talking about something else. Next item is PDP 2025-25 and PDP 2025-26.
Yes, so this is technically a two-part application. As you'll see here in just a moment, not only are we considering a development of a parcel for residential use, it's also a change in concept from what was approved at the onset of this phase of the neighborhood. So just like we did not speak about before with the Falls Creek type of amendment, this is similar in that we are adjusting the concept plan potentially of the neighborhood to what may be highest and best use for the parcel as it stands currently. So when and if you all do make motions, please do either vote to approve or deny, both together or separate, whatever the board sees fit, because it is technically two applications. So again, this is 214 Colony Boulevard is the closest address. It's actually a vacant parcel. It's one of three on this island, as I'll demonstrate. As I mentioned in my previous presentation, this is actually zoned R3 high density residential, which would allow for, again, a maximum of 16 units per acre. But again, as we all know, the colony, Mr. Garrett, you and I have lived there. I don't live there now, but for some time. It's a lot of single-family homes in there, and there are some townhomes and apartments as well. So again, I'll continue on with it. This is the parcel in question. It's right there at the southern edge of Colony Boulevard as it approaches Castleford that wraps around to the east. Again, R3 zone here. This is the entirety of the island of currently undeveloped land. So this is actually one of three parcels that this segment has been broken up into. One item of note, if you can kind of see the pond there to the north and the continued open space, that's the approximate path of a considerable Kentucky Utilities overhead easement. The existence of that easement has also kind of led to some of the history of this parcel and those around it. Again, you know, we talk about leaving open space and whatnot. This easement kind of necessitated that, that it was left open for one reason or another. This parcel in question is not so impacted by this easement as those that adjoin it, but it will be addressed in their development plan they're proposing. So kind of going back in time, I believe this was 1990. This is the picture as it was filed at the time of development for this area of the neighborhood. This is actually a 90-degree rotation, but the text is written in this fashion. The parcel in question would be kind of in the top right-ish area of this drawing, but again, contained on this peninsula. It was proposed this area would be a substantial community center, with park infrastructure, soccer fields, playgrounds, lakes, etc., walking trails, things of that nature. Actually, even further down Castleford, it was proposed at one time there'd be a large daycare facility as part of the overall concept of this neighborhood. Again, 1990, 35 years ago, things change. Since the onset of this parcel into development, it's remained vacant with very little or minimal community infrastructure put on. I believe maybe there's a basketball goal or something on there. I spent 10 years or so over there as a teenager and below. I don't really recall ever getting onto it. However, this concept has not yet been fully realized, so the applicant has chosen to bring a proposal to change this concept to what they deem may be the highest and best use for development on this parcel to a residential use. This is a quote from the plat that this project, this section of this development, the project folder for it, this is actually the plat that the parcel exists on, which also was attached with the concept plan that I just showed you. It does state that any areas that are for community use be specifically owned and maintained by an HOA. Staff and those we've consulted have not been able to find any currently active HOA that would take ownership of these. Going by tax records, this parcel has been in private ownership for at least 13 years, going back on a cursory glance. Beyond that, can't say for sure. But again, as stated and mandated by this plat, anything that's used for communal open space as part of that concept must be owned and maintained by an HOA. Neither of those are the case for this parcel any longer. It's been in private ownership for some time and the use has been abandoned. So again, spoke to that concept was presented in 1990. The full concept was never executed. Property has since passed out of HOA ownership or developer ownership into private ownership. But at the end of the day, any proposed development on this parcel would require a review by this board and our staff as to properly and responsibly kind of change the concept from one to the next to ensure that it's in the highest and best use and also in the best interest of the community and those around it. Staff does find that this proposal is in line with several of the goals and objectives of the 24 comprehensive plan. Again, for the provision of diverse housing, promoting infill, which this would be. It's been a vacant parcel for some time, so maybe its highest and best use is to put diverse housing on it to again kind of contain that development and utilize the parcels that we do have internally without exploring the boundaries of our urban service boundary. And though we don't bounce this application per se off the comprehensive plan and the same state statute that we would do a full zone change, it is important to still take some of those concepts into consideration. Again, we're just talking about a difference in a change of land use. So it's very similar, but we're not bound by state statute to do that. It speaks to some of the goals and objectives of the comp plan to encourage the community to provide a full spectrum of quality housing, encourage the expansion of affordable and middle income housing opportunities, and support new housing developments that are compatible with the existing neighborhoods and downtown areas. Again, the proposal here is for townhomes. As mentioned before, there are some townhomes and apartments and multifamily structures within the colony, so it would not be a departure from something you've seen already. Overall, staff does determine that the development of this parcel for residential use would be the highest and best use given all the things that we have discussed before. This is a zoom out of the development plan, but I did just kind of want to highlight that overhead electric easement. It's really substantial. Yeah. Again, that's probably led to a lot of the lack of development at all and probably the abandonment of parts of the concept as it existed in 1990 and before. But this parcel's development is held to the west of the utility overhead easement. This is a closer view here. So you can see in purple, those are the 10 proposed townhome units. You see some little shrubs and happy trees I put in there in my little Bob Ross illustration of the landscaping as proposed. Now, we will require a full landscape plan once we get to final development plan stages. But at this time, they do provide all the required metrics, whether it be canopy, types and location of landscaping in general for vehicle screening and that sort of thing. The blue down there being a retention basin for stormwater abatement. And then also up there in the top right, there is an open green space to be provided for the residents and rest of the community. Open space park, I think they actually have it specifically labeled as a dog park. You may ask the applicant some more questions in regards to how they plan to finish that out. As I mentioned before, we do take all of our development plans and concepts before our technical review committees. So this one has already undergone some changes in form based on input from Georgetown Fire as far as how to structure some turnaround space in there for ease of access for emergency services. Our engineer was also in talks with them to make the arrangement of parking work out a little better in that same regard. Overall, all utility providers and emergency services are on board with the plan at this stage. So we do have our standard conditions of approval that go along with this one. Again, we're treating it as a concept change as well as a preliminary development plan. If this were to receive preliminary approval, it would proceed just as any other development plan. It would take corrections and suggestions, internal review by staff, full construction set, that sort of thing, review by utility companies. So it would proceed as a development plan that you're normally used to. That development plan would be valid for 2 years, subject to the zoning ordinance and its requirements, with a potential of a 1-year extension if they're unable to proceed in that time frame. I don't believe that I've got anything else that is substantially different. Again, this is under Georgetown Fire jurisdiction. A photometric plan is something that would be required as part of this development. Again, I understand that there's single-family homes in the area that might be impacted by new parking lights, things of that nature. Staff does just want to highlight that both a photometric plan, which incorporates the design of lights to be non-intrusive, as evaluated by our engineering staff, as well as a species-specific landscape plan, which would provide buffers and screening for lights, sounds, and smells, et cetera, to be evaluated by staff for approval as well. Beyond that, I'll entertain any questions, and I believe the applicant is here as well.
Do you have a bigger map, or is it on this other page about where the other, isn't there apartments in the back?
They are further, I don't have a larger view,
bigger.
but they're, are they
And
next
up on
door?
top of the
No.
hill.
Right, yes,
Okay.
yes.
To the left.
Right.
How far away is that from this?
It was not something I considered as part of the evaluation.
Okay.
2 blocks. The ones up on top of the hill, the newest ones.
Okay.
Yeah,
Run
those
in
are-
right behind your
Yeah, they're
property
right behind
there.
our property.
Ma'am, it's fine, but thank you.
Any more questions for Brett? If the owner or developer would like to have anything to say?
My name's Chris Mulberry, I'm the developer. It is zoned R3, which I believe, being almost a 2-acre property, allows us to put almost 30 units, roughly, correct me if I'm wrong. There was a concern with another applicant, we understand the importance of not having single-family homes and then a giant apartment building. We want to blend in as best as possible. That's why we chose the 10-unit townhouses instead of an apartment building. And again, like we just spoke, there is an apartment building very close, duplex is very close. And, just based on construction costs in general, to build houses on that and to try and hit that middle housing that we're missing so much of, new homes that would go on that to fit this neighborhood are getting very expensive. So this allows, people kind of getting back toward that starter home to allow people to come into this neighborhood and then maybe move up into a home in the neighborhood. So we feel like this is the best use for this site.
Will they be rentals or for sale?
We haven't decided yet. It might be a combination of both. Really kind of what the market wants. So, we're open to anything. So, thank you.
The open space dog park area, that is under the electrical easement, is that?
Correct. I've also talked to the KU transmission folks. That is a transmission easement, not a distribution easement. It's much more strict. So they are totally fine with the fence being there. Essentially, we just have to maintain that they can get into it if they need to, which they can't from the north to south, and redevelopment if need be, but they said that shouldn't be an issue.
You can't put any buildings there underneath that line though, right? There just can't be any structures underneath there.
Right, no, like, you can't create pads and no significant mass grading, so the
Yeah.
detention pond stays out of it, the grading stays out of it, the dog park might be very minor grading in the fence, but the actual transmission lines, if you can see, the right of the right edge of the dog park, the two, I don't know what they actually say, they're dash E lines, right here, OE, that's the width of the actual transmission lines.
Oh, okay.
So maintaining a 225-foot easement through there.
What?
And then there's also sanitary sewer easements and stuff like that we're staying out of.
Is this right there where the couple of swings and a basketball court is?
Those are on an adjacent property that is in this peninsula.
Okay.
All that's on this site, there is a play structure that I assume belongs to one of the adjoining properties. There's a rusted out boat that's overgrown. I mean, like was mentioned earlier, this site's kind of been forgotten about. And this isn't the first site we've developed with those transmission easements. So going back to the original plan from 1990 where they had soccer fields and all that stuff,
Garden.
that never could have gone, KU would never have allowed that because of these. They, like Kyle said, they're very strict as to what happens underneath their lines. And you know, we've learned that the hard way on some other projects. So that original plan never would have happened with those lines there. And again, it's changed hands multiple times since then. It's no longer owned by the HOA. And quite frankly, it kind of looks like it's been forgotten about.
There is no HOA.
Yeah, it never was owned by.
Yeah, so that whole concept just was never going to play out. So we feel again like this is the best use for this land, getting that middle housing there, having a transition from the houses, not to an apartment building, but to some nice quality townhomes, to blend into the neighborhood as best as possible and maximize what land we can develop there.
Okay.
There's also a blue line stream running through there, we stay out of that, we provide amenities to the neighborhood with dog park and stuff.
Okay.
Are you the owner, sir?
I'm the engineer.
Okay.
Owner developer.
All right, do
It
we
was
have
zoned
any?
R3 when you purchased it, I'm assuming?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am, it has been since the onset.
Do we have any other questions from the commission? Anyone from the audience like to speak? If you would, state your name.
Hi. My name is Elizabeth McKellar. I live directly across where this is planned at 215. So today, dear commissioners, I'm submitting this statement to strongly oppose the proposed development of approximately 10 townhomes on the 1.9 acres at 214 Colony Boulevard. This proposed project presents serious and irreversible consequences for our community. After careful review, I believe this proposed development is incompatible with the surrounding residential character. It will increase safety risks and environmental burdens and set dangerous precedents for the future developments of not only this as long-term sustainable and community growth. I'll start with my point on traffic impact and the safety risk. Colony Boulevard is a busy connector road that already experiences periods of heavy traffic, particularly during morning and evening commute hours. Adding 10 new housing units, each with the potential of multiple drivers, could introduce 20 or more additional vehicles accessing a single stretch of roadway. Particular concern is the increase in turning movements, driveway entries, and vehicle crossing at a location not designed for high-density ingress and egress. This raises significant concerns about pedestrian safety, particularly for children who walk to the schools, for families on evening strolls, and elderly residents. The plan does not include or appear to include any traffic impact analysis or mitigation strategies such as turn lanes, signalization, or speed calming, which makes this irresponsible to approve at this stage. As well as, let me talk more about the sight lines at Colony Boulevard are limited, especially near bends and driveways, and the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet notes that townhome developments increase daily traffic counts up to 8 to 10 trips per unit per day. So no mitigation plan has been approved to improve roadway safety or flow. This is a clear public safety concern, particularly for those children that I mentioned, as well as merits a full traffic impact study before approval is even concerned. I'll bring next up about infrastructure and drainage strain. This part of Georgetown has experienced repeated issues related to stormwater management, particularly in connection with the Elkhorn Creek and nearby low-lying areas. Paving over a significant portion of the 1.9 acre parcel to accommodate building foundations, driveways, and other various services with reduced natural water absorption and significantly increase the runoff. An absence of a detailed hydrological study and approved mitigation plan, more information about this retention basin. The proposal poses a real and tangible risk to neighboring homes, especially downstream. With climate trends showing already more intense storms and flash flooding, approving this development could have long-term consequences on adjacent property. Thousands of square feet of impervious surfaces, roofs, streets. The likely increase in runoff and erosion risk for adjacent properties should be discussed. This development could further stress the city's stormwater system, which is already under pressure in this area, and resulting in a cost pushed onto the existing homeowners. I'll bring this up also for the overcrowding of schools. Scott County schools are among the fastest growing in the state. Based on district data, the Ann Mason Elementary and Royal Springs Middle Schools are already near or at capacity. This development could add 20 plus additional students, assuming a mix of 2 to 3 bedroom townhomes. While this seems incremental, the compounding impact of multiple such developments risks degrading student-teacher ratios and stretching school infrastructure beyond what's manageable without new investment. I'll also add the incompatibility with the neighborhood character. This is not an anti-growth position, it's an anti-misfit position. Sorry, let me figure out where I was on my notes for this. The existing land use in Colony Boulevard area is predominantly single-family residence with generous green space, modest lot size, and low-density housing that contributes to a quiet, walkable, and stable community. The proposed development would more than double the current residential density on a 1.9 acre lot, introducing a style and scale of housing with attached multifamily units that is visually and functionally inconsistent with the original neighborhood's design. Such a dramatic shift from the current concept plan undermines the trust that residents place in the long-term planning documents. Amending the plan for a single infill project without strong justification or overwhelming community support would erode the foundational planning principles the neighborhood was initially built on. And then last but not least, I'll say from a community perspective, I want to say that this proposal has received, I believe, if I notice some of my neighbors here, feedback that this is not wanted or warranted where we're at. I know that they mentioned that this has been an abandoned lot, but I know many of my neighbors and children that continue to play through this. While it is overgrown now, it has not always been that way. And I would like to see it continue to be a source of community gathering that it has been, even as informal as it has been in the last few years. This project as proposed is not responsible growth. It's rushed, risky, and wrong for this location. And I believe the community has a strong say in what kind of neighborhood we live in. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Mike Kerber. I live at 116 North Lafayette. First of all, just want to thank my neighbor for a terrific presentation. I did not come with that much homework, I assure you, but this is directly in my backyard. In fact, I purchased my home from the guy who currently owns the property, and he wanted to maintain his backyard. I didn't feel like paying another $100,000 or whatever to maintain the view, and so I just took the house and he kept the property, and now here we are, unfortunately. But I would echo her concerns about water diversion. I've lived there for 8 months, and there's been a couple hard rains, including one from the spring where I've got pictures. I don't have a way to display them here, of course, but there's the adjoining property. I know we're talking about 3 different tracks here, but there's, it's basically just a natural pond that builds up, and it's very close to the flooding the nearby road there on Castleford whenever it spills. So I do have major concerns about what they're going to do with that water that usually builds up in that area, and I don't know if there's intentions for other developers or whatever to make use of those other 2 tracts of property, but those are concerns for me. Other than also just the general concept that this just really seems like a very tight squeeze. If you've been to that area and seen it for yourself, that seems like a very small tract of land to try and put 10 townhomes on it. And I certainly, again, share all the concerns that she shared. And I just wanted to say that I've lived in Scott County for 5 years now. This is my second home here. I came from Lexington. I was in the McConnell Trace development across from Masterson Station. Of course, everything is extremely crammed in there, and that's why I got away from Lexington. And in fact, they ended up putting a trail like 20 feet behind my house, a walking trail. And I just thought, you know, it's bad enough to live, basically, walk out and I can see my neighbor on their back deck, give them a quick wave, like, you know, this is apartment living. And you really can't get away from that in Lexington, and that's part of the reason I came to Scott County, is I found, you know, homes here with a little breathing space at least, where you can pay $1 million for a home in Lexington and still be 3 feet away from your neighbors. So I've always appreciated that about Scott County, and, you know, I'd love to see whatever we can do to that end. And the fact that there are already apartments in there, just because you've got that precedent, it seems to me that doesn't mean we need to add more of these types of properties. So those are my thoughts. I appreciate it.
Mike, about where do you live on that map there?
So I'm at 116 here. That's the place in our backyard, or what we thought was our backyard. But of course, you look it up online, and all of a sudden I find out that that doesn't really belong to me. And in fact, that line that's my pool right there. And so that line, I don't know, comes about 10 feet within the back of my pool. So this happens, I assume you all want every square inch you can get, but you're really going to be right at the mud business.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
It still doesn't prohibit you from getting a new survey done for your own property.
My name is Norman Smiley, and I live at 114, right next door to Mike. And my take on it is that we putting apartments all over the city, right? And I understand that, but where are we putting them? So we're about to put an apartment right in the heart of a subdivision. North, east, south, and west, where houses surround it. And what's to say from there, we put them apartments there, they turn into rentals. In essence, what I'm saying, when they obtain the rest of that land, it's going to become apartments, it can become a total rental haven and change the total culture of our whole neighborhood. And that's my take on it.
Thank you, Mr. Smiley. Anyone else?
Hi, sweetie. Happy birthday. Thank you. I'm Cassie. I live at 108, so this is coming up to me too. And I know it's not a big dream, but when I was in high school, and high school backed up to the colony, it was a super nice neighborhood. That's where I wanted to live. And damn it, I did it. I lived there. I bought a house that backs up to this green space, and it is gorgeous. My kids will live there when I'm gone. There is wildlife back there that is gorgeous. There is even a deer that comes once a year, gives a fawn. I mean, you would take that way. Like, you would take that way. And I worked really hard. I'm all by myself there, and I worked hard. And those wildlife didn't do nothing either. And it is a nice home. And there's a drainage basin there that is, you would flood me. Like, you would flood me. And I just...
Ma'am, if you don't mind just addressing us, please.
I'm very passionate about this, and I would really hate to see that space. And to say it was abandoned is not true, because I myself and everybody down that strip has mowed that land consistently. If you go out there, that green space looks gorgeous. The only spot that doesn't was privately owned, and he moved. That's it. That one little spot. There's one little spot that's overgrown, and that's the spot that he's wanting. But the only reason that it is not maintained is because we couldn't get on it to do it, and he had moved. That's the only reason. But that space gets used. There are people that go out there. I go out there. My neighbors go out there. The kids in the neighborhood go out there. Like, this is a used area, and I worked hard to pay for that house. I want my kids to get a good, high-value house. And if you put apartments all back there, that value is not going to be there for those kids. It's not going to be there for my brand new grandbaby. It's just, it's not. And I really, really plead with you all to give this a lot of consideration, because the colony is already full of multiple neighbors. There's multiple neighborhoods that's grown up in that, and there's only 2 exits. And I've been in an ambulance trying to get out of there, so they may say it's okay, but it's not. And my kid came from Frankfurt and beat me to the hospital because it is hard to get out of the colony. And I would really hope that you all think about everything when you all consider whether or not this is gonna happen. Because we don't mind to maintain that land. If that's the problem, if it looks abandoned, we'll fix it. But please just
And
think.
you all, I mean, I know there's not an active HOA now. Is there anybody within the neighborhood that's considered even going together and buying it? Because I also understand, you know, the owners don't just want to necessarily have a plot of land sitting there,
We
not
have,
bringing
and
any revenue.
I'll let this other lady can talk about that buying of the land.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you so much.
We actually tried to buy some of the land from him. He wouldn't sell it to us because he wanted to sell at a higher price, leaving and put apartments there. So if he can get that, then that's why I know it can turn into a rental haven. He obtain the rest of that land, it won't be utilized for nothing but rentals. That's what it's gonna turn into. Now, that parking lot that they're gonna build gonna be right next to my fence. So I gotta look out there and I got a parking lot right there? Really? I mean, what are we doing here? What are we really doing? I don't understand.
My name is Laura Prather. I live at 104 North Lafayette, and I just wanted to add a few details to points that my neighbors have very well made. Speaking with the road traffic and the 2 entrances and exits, the main one being right there on Colony Boulevard, it's great that we now have the right and left turnout, but at peak afternoon, like that 4 to 6 time, sometimes when I'm coming in, I will see like 10 cars backed up waiting to get out of there, even with the right and left turn lane, so that is a serious concern. Like this gentleman said, with the water and the retention, I mean, it really was within a yard of spilling onto Castleford Drive this time. I've seen ducks and herons on the little pond. I call it my faux lakefront property. The playground, I mean, just a couple days ago this week, I saw a mother pushing her 2 little kids on the swings out there. So I do see kids playing basketball on the courts. I do see kids on the swings and things. So I am very concerned about the amount of traffic and what the drainage will do, because that water's got to go somewhere. It's going to hit Castleford. It's going to go somewhere. So I know they've got some plan with their basin, but I am very concerned about the drainage.
Thank you, Laura.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Riojas. I live at 215 Colony Boulevard, so right across the road from here. I agree with all my neighbors on all the points that they've made, and seeing the information that it's zoned for R3, and that was proposed 30 years ago, that's outdated. It's not in line with the community at all right now, as the way it is. The way it's currently set up is more in line with an R1 like zoning. But even more than that, the way it's being used is more of was it like an informal park area where people use to walk their dogs, let their kids play. They have there's a lot of environmental impact as well. If this did go through, there are a lot of animals that are out that even live like in that zone and come across from the pond across the way, and that pond floods into where they're proposing to have the house / the dog park. So even the dog park that they propose would be would be flooded as well. Adding 10, minimum 10 cars, 10 to 30 cars in that small space, because I saw that they proposed 2.5 spaces per car. That's not manageable in that spot, especially in that zone. You can even see in the photo that they had of the aerial lot, you can see right there, it's kind of a pinch point. It starts to kind of funnel into one kind of cohesive lane instead of 2 separate lanes that it is closer to Georgetown and Cincinnati Boulevard. And of course that's going to affect property values for all of us sitting here. So I would propose maybe rezoning it, possibly to a park, or giving us the residents of the neighborhood to be able to purchase it ourselves, because before it didn't seem like it was up for sale to the community, but now that that's an option, that seems like a good option for the rest of us, at least those of us that are here. And if we talk to more of the community, I think even more people would be on board if we just show up and have that option, especially for the three parcels that are split there. Just make it one cohesive space and kind of leave it as is, and maybe make it a conservation space as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Hello, I'm Chelsea Burke. I live across from this as well. I back up to the pond that is across Colony Boulevard. I have concerns with the drainage as well. I was just wondering, is hydrology reviewed when approving the concept plans? And if so, is that made public record?
Ben could speak to that.
They will have to meet the requirements of the stormwater manual ordinance for separate approval. They generally do not submit all the detailed studies until they go through this stage.
That's with the final development plan that you review and approve that. Okay.
Can I make a quick comment on that?
Mhm.
As I'm the engineer, I'm the one who actually designs the detention basin. The way stormwater works is however much water flows off it as it currently exists, no more water can discharge off that at a single time. So that's why it has to be detained like that. We will do a full hydraulic workup. Even if they don't want the full report, we will have the full report available. Because it all gets modeled very meticulously. So.
And all those things, of course, are open records. So.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then the other concern that I have is site distance. The grades coming down Colony Boulevard is very steep, like they mentioned before. It goes from a wide boulevard where you can park on each side, plus barely have enough room for two cars to pass each other in the middle. As soon as you get to the area where they're proposing to add an entrance, there's a median. So that next down, that gets very tight at times. There's been several very close accidents that I've seen at that location. So I'm very concerned about the location of the entrance coming out. And I know that it wouldn't meet site distance to be warranted if this was on an actual roadway. So I would also just consider that. And then the last point is I wanted to ask if the development plan considered connecting the sidewalk. There's a big missing chunk of sidewalk in that direct area, and it was just hard to see with that real zoomed in area of the development plat. Also the concept plan, I looked on like Plat Finder to see that and I wasn't able. Does it not become public record until it's final, or how could I locate a copy of the development plan?
So concept plans are illustrative documents, and so we understand that they are not kind of the final form of the record. In order to maximize clarity on what we're reviewing and everything like that, we ask for them, but they do not get put on the Plat Finder system because they are not a development plan the same way a subdivision plat for Colony Boulevard looks like. They don't have the dimensions typical of a development plan. They don't have a lot of those types of considerations. Those can be made available. You can have them with an open records request. It just would be reaching out, being like, hey, I can't find this online. Can you provide this for us? And if we have it, we'll give it to you.
And this is online, right, in the packet?
That is online in our packet, yes.
Plat Finder is for legally recorded documents.
Yes, legally recorded and signed development plans and subdivision plats.
Okay, thank you. So I can email anyone at planning for a...
Yeah, I don't have a card on me. I don't know if a card on me, but Holden's got a card on him in theory. maybe request it. We'll
Yeah.
be happy to
Okay.
provide.
I bet he was in Boy Scouts.
On the GSC
Oh.
planning
I bet he was
website,
in Boy
you can
Scouts.
contact Rick's the one who's handling this project, so.
Oh.
His email will be
Want
right
your
in front of
email
you.
address?
And then the last question that I have is, how does it work when you all approved this, development plan however many years ago? It was approved with a utilized common area, however that plan said exactly. That was approved, right?
Right.
And it was also approved to be zoned R3 that doesn't fall in line with the approved concept plan. And now you are being asked to basically amend the approved concept that was in place when I purchased my home, thinking that that area would be space that I could always utilize as a homeowner and do utilize. So that seems counterintuitive to
Was there an
approve
HOA when you
something
purchased
to.
It said that in the original development, that would be an HOA area, which never
Well,
matured.
can you pull up the language again? Because
Was the HOA ever in place?
no, so that's the part that I don't get. It was never in place, so it was never,
I can speak.
It-
Yeah, Brett and I can both. This is, thank you, this is multifaceted, right? Okay, so going back to, let's say in modern, like just recently we discussed PUD stuff, right? So they include open space to be maintained as part of their concept plan and development plan or whatever. Similarly to this concept, essentially, Colony was Georgetown's one of its first forays into a PUD type scenario. Falls Creek is another example, different iterations. Now again, the execution of these does essentially fall on the developer and the HOA to take ownership of said spaces and maintain them after the developer has closed out the facility. I've got direct experience with that. You know, we built out in White Oak, we got done with that, turned it over to the HOA. That's how things are to be done. So in lieu of an HOA that maintains things as a community for the community, once this parcel passed into private ownership, if the private owner was willing to take on the liability of allowing public use of their space, knowingly or unknowingly, that's up to their discretion. However, once those parcels leave that ownership of the HOA and they're not maintained as such, they don't meet the requirements as set forth on, again, this plat, which is the legally binding document that dictates the use of the property.
So was the property first purchased directly from the original owners? It never, it was in an HOA trust system?
It trickled down the line, right, yes.
Because there was never an HOA, and so Milk Patton eventually sold it, because HOA wasn't gonna take it, and it wasn't gonna be used, it was gonna grow up, the city wouldn't take it for fixing up because it was private property, and so they sold it when they liquidated the company at, after however many years.
And to the point about the question of why was this parcel zoned R3 if it was supposed to be a park, et cetera, similarly to the PUD examples we've seen before, the development as a whole receives a zone unless it's parceled up. Also to that point, our current code doesn't have anything for spot zoning of a certain parcel. We have future land use designations, which are not the same as zoning, you know, quasi-public, something of that nature. This is not in the future land use map for quasi-public use. It is in the future land use map to be residentially developed.
The whole thing was zoned at one time.
Right, all in one
And
time.
then they designated areas for HOA and other
Right.
things, which never materialized.
Yeah.
But it was all zoned.
Right.
And none of it went in, into this without zoning. It was all
Right.
zoned.
It was
This
the
higher
block.
density area.
Yes, and then
Based
developed
off
in
the
phases.
original conceptual plan?
Yes.
Okay.
So how could, so like some of the things we did earlier, if you had a green space spot, you couldn't go back and rebuild on that later? Is that what you're saying? 'Cause I don't understand how this came to be, that this was
I
part
don't
of
think
a.
on the zoning map it was designated as green space. It was just in this HOA.
Yeah, it's very,
guidelines, right?
yeah.
Right.
In theory.
In theory.
Theory, to be
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a drawing somewhere.
the concept was done in 1990. And from the sale records that we can find through Plat Finder from talking to people who owned it previously, it was supposed to be given to an HOA or somebody in the neighborhood was supposed to keep it on this that whole triangle is all 35 acres. This is 2 of it, 1.9 of it. And in 1997, it left. It used to be owned by somebody who was in the neighborhood who developed everything, yada, yada, yada. 97, it left that. So almost 20 or 30 years ago now.
30.
So then 2004 was the first, it was handed off again. So 97, it became private property from somebody who didn't live in the neighborhood. 2004, again, private property, somebody who didn't live in the neighborhood. And the only really change in the property was in 2017, whatever the house is on the northwest corner of our property, they purchased an 18-foot tract of length of their property. That's the only thing that's changed. So.
Who owns the other 20 acres you just referenced?
It's all private ownership.
It's all
different.
privately owned. So the person who owns the 2 acres here in question are not owned by the same guy.
That is only, the other 2 parcels that you're talking about is like 8 acres, 9 acres, and then yours is about 1.9. So that is not 20-some acres.
How long have you owned it?
We've just taken ownership of it.
So y'all just bought it?
Correct, yes. And from the gentleman that they're maybe saying they tried to purchase it from, there was never talk to me that the HOA was also trying to purchase it. So, I mean, I can't speak to that, but.
Well, he also, the gentleman that you are buying.
Excuse, ma'am, could you come up here, please?
The gentleman that you are buying that from, yes, he maintained that land. That abandoned boat that they're talking about is his boat that's been on that property. It has been maintained. All of it has been maintained for, I can't even tell you how long, because I've lived there for several years, and I maintain the back part of it myself. I mow it myself.
Ma'am, whose property is that, or was it?
The property that they're talking about was the owner, Darryl, yes. He was a minister, and he moved to Tennessee. He bought that property when it was all going up for auction. It was surveyed. He bought that because they did not want to put apartments on them at the time, because I think Haddix maybe was talking about building on it. Then there was another gentleman, Randall, that bought the other 2 parcels. Well, that was 1 parcel, and he had it surveyed into 2 separate ones. So he now owns those, and yes, he has been trying to sell those. I don't know any logistics on that. I don't know. That's on him. But I do know that is not 20-some acres right there.
Yeah, I would call it basically, you got we're talking about 3 different tracks. I'd say they're all equally about the same size.
I think the other 2 are 4 acres. Kyle just misspoke. The other 2 I think are about 4 acres apiece.
The other ones are right around it. It's just under 9 acres for those other 2 parcels together.
I just want to make sure it's relevant to this.
Yeah, I just want to know.
Mr. Chairman, if we could kind of focus this thing. We have property that's zoned, and we have it in ownership that wants to develop it according to its zoning. Whether or not the neighborhood wants to keep using it, that has nothing to do with us, any more than I want my neighbor to continue using my back if it's my property, or I think I should use hers we can't do that. If someone owns the property and it's properly zoned, which this is, and this is a development that's like half the density it could be, all this other stuff, with all due respect, is irrelevant. This is not what we cannot make any decisions based on 3/4 of what we've heard so far.
Right.
We simply illegally could not make, it would be illegal for us to make decisions based on these things because this matches our regulations. And it has for 30 years.
Still legit, though.
And we haven't done a full, so a traffic study is not warranted because it's too small of a development, just based on standard Georgetown practices. We have done an initial site distance evaluation, and it did meet our requirements. And it's not our requirements, it's KYTC requirements, it's Georgetown requirements, it's however,
Right up to our yards, to our pools, right there, parking lot, right there.
Well, there's lots of fences there, and we can have lots of trees and stuff.
space.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I do want to say that this is in violation of that original concept plan that you did state previously. The property was originally designated as a common area to be owned and maintained by the homeowners association, which, as we've heard, has never been formed. Residents, including myself, purchased homes under the belief that this space would remain open as well as undeveloped, a shared feature contributing to the overall value and appeal to the neighborhood. This recent quiet transfer of this parcel into private ownership without any clear public notification of the neighborhood not only undermines the understanding, it calls into question the integrity of this plan process itself. Allowing this development to proceed sends a message that the developers can sidestep original community agreements and repurpose common space without consequences. This not only erodes public trust in the local governance, but it also sets a dangerous precedent that harms the long-standing financial and social fabric. And since finance is something that people want to talk about, I do want to still bring up the point as well, which I forgot, of some of the financial impacts of having this included here. Let me go through my many notes for this, I apologize. So, property value. It's well documented that when higher density housing like townhomes or apartments are introduced into primarily single family residential areas without proper designing, buffering, or infrastructure, it can lead to a decline in surrounding home values. This is especially true when the new development is not in harmony with existing neighborhood's look, density, or traffic flow. Homeowners, including myself, invest in their properties with the expectation that surrounding zoning will be respected and that significant changes will only occur with thorough planning and broad support, which it seems you do not have. Approving this project risks diminishing those investments and undermining neighborhood stability. I will also go on for more of the financial impact for that. I apologize.
Excuse me a second. I highly resent you saying there's no planning process. That's what we are doing here tonight. The owners and developers have talked with the planners, the staff, they have brought it to us. We are bringing it to you. So there is a process in place and you're taking advantage of it. And that's what we're here for. To say that there is no planning is just wrong. That's what we're doing here tonight.
Then let me amend my statement when I state that what we are concerned is this transition from this HOA that was never formed, that we did not know.
That's not our fault. You know, you all have lived there all these years and have never formed an HOA. That's not our fault. The property is there. It has been zoned one way. And these gentlemen are wanting to take advantage of it. Now, whether it's right or wrong is immaterial, but we are listening to everybody. We're listening to them. That is the process.
And
Okay?
I think there was an implication that it had secretly transferred into private ownership, when in reality, number one, property transfer records are public, but that happened years ago when it transferred into.
For 2 decades or more.
Yeah, it's been 20-plus years that it's been in private ownership. So I don't think there was anything secret about it.
I think what I'm trying to stress is that we as a community at different entities, while maybe not collectively as a team, have gone and tried to purchase this property, but have been declined and turned away from that. And now we're being told that not only is our property values going to decline, that there's going to be an increase in traffic as well as privacy and right to our privacy. We've heard many people here say that this is going to not only impact their property lines, have to move some of their property lines, but now they're going to have to look at what they didn't initially purchase at all, which is asphalt.
But nobody's making anybody move property lines. The property lines have been there for 40 years. They're the same property lines. They're going to be surveyed and they're going to be upheld maybe for the first time. But the property lines already exist. We aren't changing any zones. It's been zoned for years. The fact that someone said no to property sales offers and said yes to this one, that's absolutely none of our business. And it is entirely the owner's business where and for how much they're going to sell the property. I mean, these are all things which I understand, but they're utterly irrelevant. They're matching all of our regulations, and some of which have been long-standing for decades. In other words, you're expecting us to now, on the fly, change the zoning, change the densities, change all these things because you don't like it, but that's what it's been for 30-some-odd years. We can't do that. We have absolutely no legal basis on which to do that.
But do these plans stand when this was approved?
30
I'm just
years
asking a
ago.
question.
Oh, sure, yeah.
From
But what
1990?
happens is, we can't force people to join an HOA. In fact, some of the owners, it's been 20 years ago now at least, got themselves an attorney. I happen to know about it because I was asked sort of how to do it since I represented the planning commission. And I said, we don't force homeowners associations. We can't do that. That's a matter of private contract. But I still kind of offered some, backseat advice on how they might go about it. They notified 600 people or something like that. They held meetings. Nobody showed up. The ones who did told them where to go. I mean, it was really hostile. And they tried for, I forget now, 2 or 3 different times. And then finally, the attorney and the people who were trying said, sorry, we can't do this.
They were saying the residents didn't want an HOA.
Did not want it.
Okay.
They actually had hostility, not just, let's talk about it. No, we'd rather not. According to the attorney, at least, it was quite hostile.
But my question, and it's just questions, so don't get upset about my question. So, this originally was from 1990. I think what they're saying is so many things have changed since that originally because of the time in between. Does all that still hold true for today? That's all.
The zoning does.
Oh, no, none of that changes until the owners come forward and say, hey, here's some changed circumstances, may we amend, just like we did earlier tonight on the
So the only thing that there is a timeline is that 2-year plan that they have to.
No, because these were final plans.
Okay.
Those things are, when you've got a preliminary, you've got to follow through.
For 2 years.
And we didn't even have that rule either until,
Yeah, it was a while ago.
8 years ago.
That whole community center was based on this land being maintained by the HOA. As soon as this land was no longer maintained by an HOA, that whole community development falls off because you're not meeting that requirement of being maintained by an HOA. And again, like we brought up, there was nothing secretive about this transferring. We just purchased the land, but it had been privately sold multiple other times.
In 1997 is when essentially that concept fell apart when it left the neighborhood of Colony.
But see, that holds true to what you're saying. Since it was privately owned, we knew nothing about HOA.
But so some people, it's been brought up that maybe the people bought their home based on this being green space and not knowing where property lines were. All this is, as you all know, is all public record. Who owns what? You can look at plats. You can get a survey on your own land to make sure your pool is on your land. Nothing shady. Nothing was done to manipulate anybody in the past. It's all public record. And if you aren't sure where your property is, you can check it, as you all know. And Mr. Perkins, as you brought up, we're not trying to change the zone. We're even trying to accommodate better by being less than half of the density we could. At 1.9 acres, in a density of, I think it's 16 units per acre, we could be about 30 units here. We're just asking for a third of that. And then also to mention on, it's been brought up that these could be rental properties and it's gonna ruin the neighborhood. You know, as somebody who has been a renter before, I kinda take offense to that. You're saying that because I can't afford to buy a house, that now I'm less than.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That is not what any of us are saying. I think all of
But
us can
when we
say
say that it's
we're
gonna
renters.
lower the neighborhood, you know, maybe you can't buy a house because you went bankrupt because your child had cancer.
Or their property
Or
developers.
you went through a divorce. So just to say it's gonna ruin the neighborhood for that, you know, I kinda.
To add to that, 1,500 feet from right here is a large apartment complex to the northwest. And these, it's not like these are tiny, crappy apartments. These are 1,700 square foot townhouses. Like, these aren't like low quality housing by any means. These are good, nice.
We're not saying this.
We're not saying
That's
that.
what you're insinuating. We're not saying
No,
that.
but
We're
you guys
saying
are saying
they're
that this
turning
is
into
bringing down the
apartments.
neighborhood.
When we say it's gonna ruin the neighborhood because of rentals.
Yours might be nice.
Please,
What I-
we have a young lady at the podium here. She still has it, and let her finish.
I did want to state, since if we're moving away from the community impact, we're going to talk about the financial impact. As Adding these townhomes, it is noted that it lowers property values of existing homes. Adding dense multifamily housing like townhomes or apartments within single-family neighborhoods reduce the perceived values of homes. Prospective buyers may view the neighborhood as more crowded, less private, as well as less desirable, especially if the townhomes are finished or lack these high-end finishes. Numerous national real estate studies show that sudden increases in density without corresponding infrastructure or aesthetic compatibility can reduce the adjacent property values by 5 to 10%. It's also increased what we've talked about, increased parking congestion and infrastructure strain. Kentucky households average about 2 vehicles per home, so that's about 20 new cars entering and parking near this lot. Colony Boulevard was not designed for this high-volume multi-unit traffic, and street parking is limited. Overflow parking will likely spill into the neighborhood streets, lowering curb appeal, crowding driveways, and degrading road conditions faster. Financial costs for that: road wear and drainage maintenance increase for the city, and potentially for residents if street maintenance assessments are used. It's a strain on the schools and public services. More units, more residents equals more demands for schools, trash, emergency services, and water sewer systems. But townhomes generate less per unit tax revenues than single-family homes, especially if they are rentals. The city may see a gap between new service demands and what the development contributes in taxes. In short, these townhomes may cost more in city services than they pay for, a net financial loss for taxpayers.
Now, let me stop you again. You are making a lot of assumptions that that's going to cost more than this, and that's going to cause the roads to deteriorate faster. That is, you cannot prove any of that, and you're making assumptions, and that's not what we're here for tonight. I would listen to some of these things if the colony development did not already have townhouses, duplexes, single-family housing, and apartments, right? They've got all of those there. They have all of them in that development.
I would ask what size lots those are placed on.
Do they have, they fall within the parameters of what is legal.
50% of what's legal.
Yeah.
How big are those apartment complexes? What's the capacity for those? Do you know?
There's 800 some odd housing units in the colony.
Do you know how many of them are apartments?
I don't have an exact.
You wanted to see.
I will say.
Okay, is there anything else new that we need to hear?
Were you gonna?
Anything?
Yeah, what was asked at least, just for comparison, the capacity of the buildings that are already existing within the colony, because it is very much a wide array. It would be what we call a diverse housing development, right, in terms of the different types of units there. And there are some pretty high capacity apartment buildings there.
Yes.
Not too far from this location.
No, the nearest one is about, I'm gonna say catty corner to the
Can you
rail.
pull it, can you see it? Is it close enough that it's on that one?
No, but I could probably pull it up.
No, you don't have to do
The
that.
apartment complex
You don't have
that's
to do that.
1,500 feet from here is 160 units.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, and there's one about catty corner that's about an acre, and I think there's about 8 to 10 units on that property.
Okay.
Chairman, if I may just add one
Yes.
other thing, just to clarify on process. As we're looking at this tonight, this is a development plan. But staff was very intentional with including the background and history related to the, what I'm going to say, now defunct concept plan for that community center. Because we did feel that it was important to bring that up in this public setting. And for us to then address the fact that staff does not believe that it would be fair to the current property owners or any of the property owners in the history of the property to have been held to that standard as soon as it moved out of HOA property. And so as we consider this, we mentioned the concept plan, but the concept plan was not meant to be a hammer over the head of anybody. Rather, it was to facilitate the conversation around the historic idea for the property and the realities of where we sit today, which is that it is a privately held property zoned R3, and we have a development plan in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
So are all the houses in that community zoned R3? Like all the neighbors there?
As I remember it, I haven't looked at that old plan in years, but as I remember it now, they had an area of high density, which this was part of. They had low density, which was kind of southeast of this, a middle density, which is kind of a
Is that
large
the whole
swath around to the north of this, and then high density again behind it.
Back, yeah.
In the very
1,500
back.
feet.
Yeah, which joins us.
But there were like 3 or 4 pods, and they were, that was the whole designation. High density, low density, medium density, high density. I mean, that was the big map. And that was, they fine tuned it a little bit, but that was pretty much the first plan that Milk submitted back in the late 80s or whenever it was originally submitted.
I will state, just for clarification purposes, while the forms of the neighborhood, as Charlie described, vary drastically, the Colony subdivision as a whole, when it was rezoned to the R3 zone. Now, again, the forms vary, so we have some very large houses on large lots in the front, and we have some senior living and larger apartment complexes to the bottoms in the areas that Charlie's referencing here. But this area, from establishment and rezoning, has had a variety of housing types, as Charlie just attested to.
But it is all.
It is all R3.
So you could go in there and buy like 4 of those lots and put up apartments.
Yes.
You could, there's large duplex pockets, there's apartment areas.
I'm just
and
trying
pockets.
to.
And I have another clarification question, because I think they brought up some legitimate issues about the safety. So that, all that can be addressed later on when they actually get ready to do something, is that correct? As far as the roadway coming out of these?
Yes, absolutely.
So that part's not done yet, is what I'm saying. That can still be addressed.
I'm going to say thing number 1, but condition number 1 is always that they have to meet all of our subdivision and development regulations. To the best of my knowledge, as a part of this application, no variances were requested, correct? And so that indicates they are fully aware of our requirements and intend to meet them as they are written. As to other issues as they relate to traffic, as the applicant's engineer mentioned, there was not warranted with the number of units that are being proposed in this. If this was, what I'm going to call a true high-density apartment complex, like we saw earlier tonight, we get those traffic studies. That was not warranted in this case.
But if there was a design flaw in the process of this being built, you all would step in and say, well, that's not what we approved, right? That type of thing.
I will tell you what, I've heard Ben Krebs called many things. A pushover is not one of them.
Okay. I just want to make sure, for the audience's sake, that they know that this is not going to be like, not be overseen or whatever.
And that includes, by the way, stormwater and all the rest, just like there'll be retention there or detention, whichever that goes. I mean, this lot will actually probably perform much better once it's been developed, because all these things have to be reviewed. None of that was reviewed when it was left open.
Okay, thank you, that was.
Sir, thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Mr. Perkins, do we need to vote on these separately, or?
I don't know that you do. I mean,
Okay.
it really is, I mean, I realize it's 2 applications.
But they're tied
concept and
together.
the other, I mean, it wouldn't hurt to do it that way, but I don't think you do, because it's actually all about the same finite area. And it's, I don't think there'd be any confusion by doing it at one, but I'll
Okay.
just leave that to the chair, but whatever you think is more
We'll
clear.
we will do them both together then. Which is a concept plan amendment and preliminary development plan. So with that said, I will take a motion. Anyway, anyone would like to present it?
I'll make a motion for approval of PDP 2025-26 and PDP 25 and 26. Concept plan amendment and preliminary development plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion by Ms. Roby and a second by Mr. Stone. Mr. Stone?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett?
No.
Mr. Green?
No.
Mr. Vest?
No.
Mr. Jesse?
No.
Oh, she's not here. Ms. Singer?
Yes.
And the chair votes no.
Now we have to go to reason.
All right. Next item on the agenda is the text amendment to ZOTA 2025-03, House Bill 443 reformatting. And this is a public hearing. So I
Okay.
open the public hearing.
We'll give it just a second. I was hoping they'd stick around. Okay. So this was noticed as a public hearing, as a zoning text amendment. But what this really is in 2024, the Kentucky State Legislature passed House Bill 443 that was signed into effect by the governor to go into effect July 1st of this year. It's a relatively short bill, but its impacts on our planning commission are going to be felt immediately. This statute basically said that moving forward, any preliminary or any development plan or subdivision plat that met our standards would be reviewed ministerially. To that point, staff feels very confident and comfortable that we can review plans and plats ministerially utilizing objective standards. The purpose of tonight is twofold. Number one, Mr. McFlynn, I'm going to give this to you. This is a draft resolution that we hope to have voted on tonight. Basically just recognizing that House Bill 443, now codified it as KRS 100.275, goes into effect July 1. But number two, it's to kind of prime the pump as to what's going to happen, not this month, but next month. As I stated, staff feels very comfortable that we can review plans ministerially, however, against objective standards. However, we have identified that there is some language where we can be a little bit more clear. We can help the applicants out, we can help ourselves out. And so we are preparing a very large scale zoning text amendment that will basically go through every single development regulation that we have and take out mays and make them shalls. Or if there's a question of process, clarify the question of process. And so that is going to be wide-ranging in nature. Anticipate very large packets next month so that we can show those red lines in and red lines out. But as for tonight, we just need to recognize that moving forward, subdivision plats and development plans that meet all of our objective requirements will be reviewed and approved at a ministerial level. In the event that the applicant seeks a modification from one of our requirements, as a variance for development, it will still come to this board. A zone change would still come to this board. Any planned unit development that, again, incorporates some level of variance or modification from the set standards will still come to this board. But everything else, we are going to handle at the staff level, which should free up time for you guys to really focus on those long-range topics and issues associated with Georgetown-Scott County. Are there any questions?
So all consent, basically, what you're saying?
It's a little bit more than that. A little bit more, but essentially yes. And
that's
Mr. Perkins will tell you, this state reg,
Yeah.
we can't do anything about it.
We recognize it.
But we're recognizing it, and that basically what this does is when you guys don't have as thick of a packet, except for maybe this text amendment next month, this tells you why.
So we've just about been
This has
eliminated.
been the law for years.
We've been eliminated.
And planning commissions, as our own, have not followed it.
You've been
And so they
fired.
finally said, we got to have a statute.
Fired.
But this has been a law, it's been forever ago that the Court of Appeals or Supreme Court said, those are ministerial decisions, they should not come here, it's not a matter of discretion. We've had that argument before, more than once, not just with this board, but with your predecessors several times over. And this has been law for years.
Brad, probably the class that he attended with David Pike. I've attended a couple of three of his, and he's had the same thing for years.
Yeah.
You guys don't need to be doing that. You need to be working on planning that.
It's not just we don't need to be.
Yeah.
It's not legal for us to be. If they follow the regs, I mean, if we don't like what the regs permit, then we have hearings and we change the regs.
Yeah.
That's within our authority, absolutely. But the regs in place, we need to do it.
Oh, so when you get busy, change a bunch of regulations, what you just said.
And
That's what we're doing next
absolutely- That is absolutely your problem.
All right, so we need to close the public hearing and then vote?
I would take comments from the public if they exist.
None whatsoever.
Okay.
So do we need to vote on that, or were you
Yes,
just, we need to vote that we,
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the text amendment.
Recognize.
Recognize the text amendment, COTA 2025-03 HB 443 reformatting.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay?
No, we got two more things.
We've got the community engagement letter from Elkhorn Crossing School. If you guys have not been seeing the Georgetown paper to see what Holden and the staff has been doing with
doing great
the
work.
school system, you've been missing some great articles.
And I liked your letter to the editor too, by the way.
Yes, absolutely.
I just wish everybody would read it. Not letter, editorial, I guess you call it.
Why don't I come do?
Set the timer.
Please. All right, this is more deserving than the 30 seconds that I'm going to give it. But as was just mentioned, we spent a wonderful day out at the, it was a split campus before Elkhorn Crossing and Great Crossing High School. And those are some smart kids, very, very bright. But they had a pretty good question. Why can't we walk between Elkhorn and Great Crossing? And I know the administration's probably got some great reasons. But we did a walk audit. If they were to be able to walk, what would that look like? And so we took the kids out. We talked about good walkability design, benches, crosswalks, ADA slopes, the idea of looking at, I don't know, multimodal transportation at the simplest level. And out of this, their teacher with their students put together a fantastic letter that was sent to Superintendent Parker, with the idea being that maybe they should create a more walkable environment between those two campuses that are very close together. It's that type of engagement that we're taking up with the community that I think is going to be very effective. If we can train an entire generation of high schoolers to start thinking about walkability, when those kids come in and there's a public hearing and they've got a vested interest, that might be something that gets brought up, and that sounds pretty cool. So anyway, just want to highlight the excellent work their staff has done. That meeting, that event only happened because the planners here with me made it happen. And so we continue to
And I
move
agree
forward.
wholeheartedly with the walkability thing too. It's ludicrous.
And we've got a new Oxford school going in that backs up to subdivision and across the street from another one that the school board needs to be looking at
That's exactly
walkability
right.
to that facility there.
Okay, that's all I have for that one. Last one, we've received great news. No findings on our audit as a clean opinion. So if the board would so please make a motion for approval of the audit for fiscal year 23-24.
We will, but I want to remind you, we do need to.
Go out to bid for the next year.
It really is necessary.
You do what?
So move motion.
Second.
All in favor of approval of the audit? Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Yep.
Motion.
Gone.